Consequently, the committee, which is chaired by Oluwole Oke, prayed the House that all chief accounting officers of the 54 government agencies listed on pages 4 to 6 that refused appearance to defend their positions during the public hearing without any written reason should be issued a warrant of arrest to compel their appearance to respond to the matter within a week, in line with Section 89D of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria as amended. In the report containing 30 recommendations, the committee recommended several serving and former managing directors, directors general, director of finance and administration for prosecution by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, while asking various MDAs to make reforms for failing to account for funds. Stakeholders in the telecommunication sector have said mobile money services should be driven by telecommunication companies, a position that runs contrary to that of the Central Bank of Nigeria. In its recently released regulatory framework for mobile money services in Nigeria, the CBN said that there shall be only two models for the implementation of mobile money services in Nigeria. They are the bank-led, where a bank and/or its consortium will serve as the lead initiator, and the non-bank led, where a corporate organization duly licensed by the CBN will serve as the lead initiator. However, the chairman, Association of Licensed Telecommunication Operators of Nigeria, Benga Adebayo, told correspondents that the new CBN models would slow down financial inclusion penetration. The Nigerian Customs Service has finally begun the implementation of zero surcharges on imported commercial aircraft and spare parts used by local airlines. The Airline Operators of Nigeria confirmed the removal of mandatory 7% charges that airlines have erstwhile paid. Though the Ministry of Aviation had rallied against the charges as part of measures to support local airlines, the Ministry of Finance and NCS had continued to impose the charges on operators. It was learned that the matter reached its peak recently at a Senate hearing where the AON renewed campaign against the charges, forcing lawmakers to intervene. Vice Chairman of the association, Alan Onyema, said it was on that occasion that the AON presented the issue of the partial implementation of the Finance Act 2020, which prohibits the payment of duties and VAT on imported aircraft and aircraft spares by the Customs Service. Analysts at Capital Economics, a London-based economic research firm, have said that the higher crude oil production by the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries and its allies will weigh on prices. They said that the OPEC agreement signed should output quotas on the grounds that it wanted a higher production baseline. The group agreed to increase its collective production quota by 400,000 barrels per day each month between August and December 2021. And on the foreign scene, China's gasoline exports to Malaysia have recovered to 204,200 metric tons in June from just 8,500 metric tons in May, making it the second biggest recipient of Chinese outflows in the month. The June gasoline exports were largely. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap under running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. Thanking you for listening. I am Buchi Rafua. Good afternoon and do stay with us.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
People can no longer take certain things. Nothing is guaranteed. When we were younger, you hardly hear killing. Today is the norm now. No place is safe.
We get president at all. We dey separate Nigeria, beg.
Kidnapping, assassination. People are dying every day. People are getting killed every day. My friend just got kidnapped.
Tell the Nigerian leaders, or if you like rulers, that they are performing below expectation.
Hope is one of the main guiding force in the human existence. Without hope, we all cease to live. Life ends when you stop believing. The sky may be full of dark clouds, but the little ray of hope for this great nation should not quiver. Let's fan the flames of hope. Nigeria must stand. This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
it. Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your Premium Talk Radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back.
Chief, wetin dey do you like this? Now, since your body hot, you don't even get blister for the side of your mouth. You don't go hospital check yourself.
My sister.
Sorry.
This one pass hospital.
Wetin pass hospital now?
You no go understand.
Na clear signs of malaria be this. Just go make them check your body, make them know wetin dey do you, so they go know how they go take treat and wetin you go take.
My sister, this one pass hospital. Leave on like that. Now me they tell you, leave on like that. No be the first time wey dey happen with this. I know where to go. I know how to handle am. No be clear eye yo. Na village people. Na village people. No be ordinary. You know normal.
Do you think you know all there is to know about your body and how every other thing affects your body, your mindset, your thoughts, your eating pattern, your environment as well? Well, join us on Body District every Thursday by 1 p.m. on Today 95.1 FM. Beautiful afternoon to you. Thanks for staying with us. You are on to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. My name is Buchira Fua, and the program is Body District. On Body District, and just in case you're not in the know, on Body District, we talk about health-related issues, anything that has to do with your health. We talk about it on the program, and just a brief synopsis of what you should expect for the day. We're going to share some health-related stories with you on the program, and then we'll move on to COVID updates in Nigeria and globally, and then to the meal of our conversation for the day, which is something pretty interesting, and you just might find it really interesting and surprising. So do stay tuned. A lot is packed in for you tonight. Not tonight, this afternoon on Body District. All right, we'll be starting with this particular report from Cross River State. The Cross River government has expressed readiness to immunize 900,000 children against polio during the Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Week in the state. So Dr. Janet Ekpeyong, the Director General of Cross River Primary Healthcare Agency, disclosed this on Thursday in Calabar during the inauguration of the inactivated poliovirus 2, IPV2, at the Bogobiri Hosa settlement area in Calabar. Ekpeyong said that in addition to the immunization, the children would also be given vitamin A and other supplements to boost their immunity. According to her, 3,000 women will be given free health care, mosquito nets, and free drugs during the week. She also said that the essence of the inauguration of the IPV2 was to reach out to mothers and children across the state with the needed health services they deserve. She noted that during the exercise, malnourished children would also be reached with a view to enhancing their nutritional status. I quote her words now. She said the vaccination will be carried out simultaneously in all the health centers across the state. It is important for mothers to bring their children who are under 5 years for deworming and those under 14 weeks for polio vaccination, she said. And the Commissioner for Health, Dr. Betta Edu, said that for over 10 years, Cross River had not recorded any case of polio. I do encourage pregnant women, though, to always visit healthcare centers for maternal health services rather than patronizing quacks. In her goodwill message, the wife of the state governor, Dr. Linda Ayade, said that the state government placed priority on the health of women and children. Ayade noted that the state government had renovated and equipped health centers across the state with a view to meeting the health needs of the people. And to another health-related story in Nigeria today, an expert has said that Nigerian men and women do not use contraceptives, despite the excellent method Mixit provides for family planning, with fewer than 1 in 5 married women using contraceptive. Professor Josiah Mutihir of Jos University Teaching Hospital, JUTH, Jos Plateau State, disclosed this in a virtual media training in family planning organized by the Rotary Action Group for Reproductive, Maternal and Child Health Nigeria, RMCH, in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Health and the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. In Mutihir's word, I quote, contraceptive prevalence rate in the country is unacceptably low. COVID-19 pandemic has also had a negative impact on access to family planning, information and services. Now, on the part of the Director of Reproductive Health, Federal Ministry of Health, FMOH, Kayode Afolabi, he said contraceptive use was still low, and the need as there were 190 million women around the world, mostly in developing countries, not using contraceptive in spite of an expressed desire to space or limit the number of births. Now, family planning, in his words, programs have yielded dramatically positive gains over the past 50 years. The federal government is committed to embarking on deliberate efforts to ensure sustainable financing for the National Family Planning Program. I quote, his country has made very bold efforts to achieve rapid economic development in the past 4 decades. However, amongst other factors, rapid population growth has affected the quality of life and made achievement of socio-economic development goals very difficult. Now, with some COVID-19 updates, we'll start with this report from Nigeria. As that yesterday, which is Wednesday, Nigeria recorded 2 deaths from the rampaging coronavirus pandemic and confirmed additional 238 new cases. Now, this according to an update that was posted on Wednesday morning on the official Facebook page of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. Now, following that data, the disease center said that the country's total infection figure now stands at 170,122, while the death toll is 2,130. Well, more than 2/3 recorded in 5 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Lagos, for the obtained time, recorded the highest figure from the daily tally with 181 cases, and this is followed by Akwa Ibom State, which reported 45 cases. In Oyo State, southwest Nigeria, the country recorded 8 cases, and Ogun State recorded 2. Ekiti and the Federal Capital Territory recorded 1 each. Of the over 170,000 persons affected by the disease in Nigeria, 164,741 have been discharged from hospital after treatment. With a recent increase in the daily cases, the active cases in the country now stands at 3,240. Now, still on the issue of COVID-19, this is outside Nigeria now. Pfizer and BioNTech have struck a deal for South Africa's BioVac Institute to help manufacture around 100 million doses a year of their COVID-19 vaccine for the African Union, the firm said on Wednesday. The deal is to fill and finish the vaccine. The final stages of manufacturing, where the product is processed and put into vials. It does not cover the complicated process of mRNA drug substance production, which Pfizer and BioNTech will do at their own facilities in Europe. Now, the agreement comes as Pfizer and BioNTech try to sway World Trade Organization members from supporting a waiver on some intellectual property rights for COVID-19 vaccines. It will make BioVac a joint venture between the South African government and private sector partners, one of the few companies in Africa processing and distributing COVID-19 shots, and the first to do so using the mRNA technology. South Africa pharmaceutical company Aspen has a fill and finish deal with Johnson & Johnson for its viral vector COVID-19 vaccine. Now, African countries have some of the lowest vaccination rates worldwide, and many are dependent on global vaccine sharing scheme COVAX, which has struggled to deliver. Now, that's the report. But seeing things like this happen in South Africa, which is actually very good because at least Africa has a distributor. And of course, although they are partnering with Pfizer and BioNTech, and the deal is just to fill and finish. But it's actually a step forward because of the intellectual property rights worldwide. That is a major challenge for some countries in manufacturing their own COVID-19 vaccine. But like I said, it's actually a step forward for African countries. But then coming back to Nigeria, it gets you wondering what exactly Nigeria is doing about taking steps like this, similar to what South Africa is doing. Why are we not seeing plans from the federal government to at least, we're not even talking about manufacturing the vaccine, having deals with some of these companies to fill and finish the vaccines, similar to what's happening in South Africa. We're still open to hearing anything from the government, but so far, I don't think there's been any plan regards in that direction particularly. Now, still on COVID-19 issue, but this is happening at Uganda. At least 800 people in Uganda have been inoculated with fake COVID-19 vaccines, officials disclosed on Wednesday. So the police, health ministries officials and State House health monitoring unit have arrested 2 nurses for injecting people with fake shots and using fake certificates. The doctor who was leading the operation, however, is on the run. Now, addressing a news conference in the capital, Kampala, Dr. Wallen Namara, the head of the health unit, said that the network duped many people and companies. I quote their word now. It is unfortunate that some medical workers are administering fake COVID-19 jabs to unsuspecting people. We did undercover work and arrested 2 nurses in the act, she said. Now, according to her, those injected were mostly from companies that paid 200,000 Ugandan shillings. That's about $54 for the vaccination of each of their workers. A representative of the Ugandan National Medical Stores, a government-owned organization mandated to obtain, store, and distribute medicines, said that the items seized from the nurses were not procured from them. The drugs did not have government labeling as required by the law, and the representative That's what the representative said. With 543 new infections and 34 related deaths, the East African country has so far confirmed 79,979 COVID-19 cases and 1,023 fatalities. This is actually a very sad report from Uganda, and we've also heard reports like this from South Africa. Although not being vaccinated, not people getting inoculated, but we've seen reports where fake COVID-19 vaccines were imported into South Africa, although it was confiscated allegedly from China. But in this particular case, people are being inoculated with this fake vaccine. Now, the only God-saving factor in all of this is that in some reports, it was stated that they were being inoculated with water. Now, so far, there's not been any record of someone dying from the fake shots. That's like the only saving grace, and that's the only thing we can thank God for currently with this particular case. But it's really sad to see professionals indulging in acts like this, vaccinating people with fake shots. They're still very much at risk of getting COVID-19, but because they feel they've been vaccinated, unknown to them that they were just being injected with water. That's really sad and very unfortunate. And that's why it's been advised that you do not take COVID-19 vaccine from anywhere at all. It has to be designated centers. Even in Nigeria, we've talked about it severally on Body District here. We've advised that if you have to take COVID-19 vaccine, which of course you have to, it should be from a designated center. And the person in charge of COVID-19 vaccination inoculation in River State has promised to reel out and share with us those designated centers we have to go to get vaccinated. Please do not take vaccine from anywhere that is not designated by government and by NCDC here in Nigeria or any other place, wherever it is you're listening from. just before we wrap up COVID-19 updates on Body District, and before we go on a short musical break, just a global update now, as at 6:09 p.m. CST. That's as of yesterday, July 2021. There have been 191,148,056 confirmed cases worldwide globally of COVID-19, and this includes 4,109,303 deaths reported to WHO. And just to be specific, America has recorded 85,849 confirmed cases. In Europe, we have 58,379,324 confirmed cases. In Southeast Asia, we have 37,072,503 confirmed cases. Eastern Mediterranean records 11,890,644 cases. In Africa, totally, we have 4,658,704 cases, confirmed cases, that is. And in the Western Pacific, we have 4,060,268 cases worldwide. That's for the Western Pacific, rather, I said worldwide. Well, that's all we can take for COVID updates internationally and nationally on Body District. We'll go on a short break right now. As soon as we get back, we'll get to the meal of our conversation for the day. Just stay with us.
Today's news in 60. In 60. The need to ensure that competent and qualified candidates are admitted into Nigerian universities and cross-validate the scores of candidates in the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination conducted by the Joint Administration and Matriculation Board are some of the reasons given by public tertiary institutions to justify the introduction of the post-UTME. The newly elected national president of ASU, Emmanuel Osodeke, has disclosed that attracting foreign students and lecturers would help to bring about competitiveness and improve the standard of education in Nigeria. And on the foreign scene, an American Academy of Pediatrics has urged returning students to put on a face mask at school as they start the 2021-2022 school year. Today's news. In 60. In 60.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
And
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Take your hand, my dear, and place them both in mine. You know you stopped me dead while I was passing by. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey. And when you're done, I'm back you to be that again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, 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 oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. Oh, oh, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, 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 oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again.
All right, so that was Dance Monkey, and I'm sure you'll be wondering, Buchi, of all days, why are you playing a monkey song today? Well, probably you're expecting something different, but you know, it always comes up, and I'm sure that has given you a conversation would be bordering on today. For those that are used to the program, well, you're not far from the truth. We are talking about something regards monkey, but not the monkey you're thinking of. We'll actually be discussing monkeypox today, and it turns out that monkeypox has resurfaced in the world because it was actually discovered outside Nigeria, but it turns out that the person that it was discovered in is a Nigerian, and yes, there's been a lot of contact tracing from that the patient was infected with a strain of the virus mainly seen in West Africa, which included Nigeria. I'll quote their words now. They said, while rare, this case is not a reason for alarm, and we do not expect any threats to the general public, the Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins said in a statement by Dallas County's health department. With passengers wearing masks on the flights and in the airport, the health department said that the risk of spreading monkeypox via respiratory droplets to others on the plane and in the plane was low. Ihekwazu told NAN that just as the agency responded to other epidemic-prone diseases in the country, an outbreak would be declared when there was a large cluster of monkeypox cases that constituted an emergency. In his words, the federal government was notified of the situation in Texas through the international health regulations, who reported a case of monkeypox disease diagnosed in a patient who had recently visited Nigeria. All right. First off, they already pointed out that the public should not be bothered about it, that the risk of the possibility of others contacting or contracting rather the monkeypox is pretty low because everybody are sort of shielded. Now, why is that? Is it because of the method of transmission? That brings me to the question of what exactly is this monkeypox, and then we'll get to the point of the mode of transmission.
Okay. Well, monkeypox is a viral zoonotic disease, and it occurs primarily in tropical rainforest areas and central and West African areas. So that's where this disease occurs mainly, but occasionally it spreads. Why, why say people should not be bothered about air droplets? Air droplets constitute one of the minute ways where people can contact this disease. But the main mode of transmission, we have two modes of transmission: the primary and the secondary. And the primary is actually contacted from humans, from animals to humans. We said that monkeypox is a zoonotic disease, which says it goes from animals to humans. And people can contact these from maybe the blood of animals, from the fluid of infected animals, or when people poorly cook infected meats or animal products from these infected animals. So that's where the level of transmission is really high.
Okay.
And the next level of transmission, which is the secondary, is when you have the human-to-human transmission. And the human-to-human transmission could either be maybe through fluid contact from an infected person or the lesions from an infected person, or possibly when someone gets in contact with an already infected surface. Let's say somebody gets infected, it has this rash that brings out the pus and all that.
It's the fluid from the person's body.
Yeah. If the fluid from the person's body gets in contact with the surface, and someone who is not infected also comes in contact with that surface, the person gets infected too.
But that's if the person has a cut in their body and exposure, right?
Yeah, but mainly, but without a cut, maybe it's limited. But when this monkeypox thing happens, we begin to see what we call purple rashes, purple rashes and vesicles on a patient's body. Sometimes it gets, it could be few, it could be thousands, and it could be all over the face, all over the legs and arms. It spreads very fast. So when there's a break in these purple or macular rashes, and it spills on the surface, like when people have chicken pox, it always contains fluids.
Yes.
So those fluids actually what can really infect somebody else. But that air droplet mode of transmission is a bit limited, but because that will require a prolonged contact, a prolonged face-to-face contact with an infected person. But that area puts the health workers and household members at risk because they are in more contact, daily contact with these people.
Okay.
But generally, since we are all going on about with our masks these days and our sanitizers, it causes a limit of transmission by air droplets.
Okay. First off, that question just came because of that article I read. Yeah. But I was going to start with this particular question, like, why exactly is it called monkeypox?
Okay, well, maybe because of where it originated from and because of the source. Maybe monkey was the first animal.
Yeah.
Maybe the first person who got this virus. It came, the human...
I think it had something to do with research that was going on with monkeys, and then it was discovered that they have this pox, and that's why they named it a monkeypox. Well, but so moving on away from that particular one, what I hear monkeypox, I hear chickenpox. Yeah. Is there any relationship between both of them?
All of them, maybe, I think mainly because of their source. They are all zoonotic infections.
Okay.
That people get from, and they all present with similar. They all have similar presentations.
Okay.
When you have the fever, you have rash, and all of that, and they look alike. They are similar. But one thing that separates monkeypox from the rest is that in monkeypox, somebody comes up with lymphadenopathy, which is actually the lymph node begins to get swollen. So that's one distinguishing factor between the monkeypox and the other.
For the sake of those that are not aware of what the lymph nodes are, what are they?
Those are actually small nodes in our bodies. They actually constitute our immune complex. They help you fight disease. They keep you going strong. There are some diseases you have, even without medication. When your lymph nodes are intact, when they are not inflamed, when they are not infected, they help you wear out some of those diseases. And when they become inflamed, so instead of, so they lose that immunity factor.
Okay.
Yeah. So the person's immune system depletes, and the person is prone to disease. And one of the things that people should get bothered about the monkeypox thing is the complications that could arise from monkeypox.
All right. Before we get to that complicated part of it, I'd just love to share with the rest of us that it was recorded that the mortality rate for monkeypox is similar to that of SARS, and it's at 11%, which is pretty high, though. That's how bad it is. But then, let's get back to our conversation now. You talked about it being on the surface, and we understand that there are several viruses, and there's a limit of survival time they have being exposed. So how long can, if just in case someone infected with monkeypox comes in contact with the surface and somehow the fluid drops on that surface, how long can that virus last being exposed?
I think, when there's that exposure, so long as maybe that surface has gotten dried up, or heat by whatever gets dried up, and it becomes less infected. It
depends on the temperature, is that what you're saying?
The temperature and possibly how fresh that surface is. Maybe if you drop water there, for instance, as long as while it's still wet, the chances of getting infected increases. But maybe when the temperature of the room or atmospheric temperature dries it up, becomes less contagious.
Oh, that's interesting. All right. Let's get back to the complications of monkeypox. But I'd love to start with the symptoms. If one is infected with this particular virus, what are the symptoms you notice?
Okay, as I said earlier, there are three key symptoms of this viral infection, which is the rash, which is fever, and lymphadenopathy for this in particular. But when people get, but somebody can contact this infection, and it has an incubation period of 6 to 13 days, but sometimes of 5 to 21 days. So before the symptoms begin to appear.
So during the incubation period, what goes on in the body at that point in time?
At that point in time, the virus just multiplies,
Mm-hmm.
just begins to move around the body. Just begins to
weakens your lymph nodes.
Weakens the lymph node, weakens the immune system. But there's also something interesting about the monkeypox virus. Medically we say it's a self-limiting infection, which means the virus can go without any specific treatment within a period of 14 days. But sometimes it does not always happen that way. And when somebody gets an infection, you don't really have to necessarily wait for that self-limiting effect to occur.
Okay.
Because it can get complicated, and people's immune systems varies.
True.
So somebody can have a very good, strong immune system, and that happens to him. And within the period of the self-limiting period, it gets resolved. And meanwhile, for others, within that period, they are hoping to get that self-limiting effect where the virus disappears without medication. They suffer complications and they get severe.
Pretty interesting there. So the symptoms we get to notice a headache, fever. It starts during the incubation period. It weakens. That's before we start seeing physical symptoms, right?
Yeah.
It incubates in our body.
Yeah.
When you come in contact with the virus.
6 to 13 days.
For 6 to 13 days, it incubates, and then physically we start after that. Period of time.
But sometimes for certain people, it could take about 5 days, or it could even last as long as 21 days. But whatever case is, between 5 to 21 days,
you start seeing the physical symptoms. Now, is it similar to what we see when one has chickenpox?
Yeah, it's very similar.
So how would you be able to tell the difference that this is chickenpox and this is monkeypox?
Okay, like we said earlier, one distinguishing factor of monkeypox and other post infections, viral infections, is that lymphadenopathy, where the lymph nodes, if you touch your neck here, you feel some small nodules. Okay,
I'm not feeling anything.
Okay.
I'm touching it now.
Not just touch. We medically will say palpate. You can dip your hand. Well, maybe later we'll show you how to get
your
that
collar.
No, they are in different parts of the body, your neck, and they're spread that way.
Okay.
So, that's one distinguishing factor for that monkeypox. You see that the lymph nodes become inflamed, whereas for chickenpox and other infections of that nature, that similar presentation, there's no lymph nodes. There's no lymphadenopathy.
Okay.
Then and one thing also to say about their own rash, what we call macule. There's macule rash that will gradually progress to papule, and in the macule rash, it will just be a flat base surface. It just starts that way. Then later it will go into what we call papules, which becomes slightly elevated. Then after that, it also progresses to to vesicles. And vesicles, they contain a clear fluid.
We don't even know what the vesicles are.
Yeah, no, the vesicles are actually like small, what I call it, small patches. Like they are just a bit raised from the skin that contains liquid.
Do they look like goosebumps?
They don't look like goosebumps, but they look more like, if somebody knows chickenpox, they look more like that kind of pussy small packs that protrude from the skin.
Okay.
Yeah, but when they're in the vesicle state, if they are broken, it will just be clear fluid.
Oh.
But later on, it could leave a scar, but over time, the scar clears off.
Okay, so the part that makes people lose their life, that gets to that, it's because your immune system is down, and then any other.
But sometimes, because somebody's immune system, just like when we have this case of coronavirus, people who are immunocompromised, they are fatal. They tend to die more than people else. And so, like in coronavirus situation, like you see, I think children tend to survive coronavirus more than adults because their immune system is still very sound and active.
Okay.
But even from the monkeypox, people can die because of the complications that may occur. You could have a bronchopneumonia, which is treatable. You can also have sepsis can occur. And sepsis is one of the complications that could easily lead to death due to monkeypox.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
So
and there could also be encephalopathy, where the person's head, the person's brain begins to get inflamed and all that inflammation.
Interesting. All right. I know that there's actually a vaccine for chicken pox, right?
Yeah.
And is there any vaccine for monkeypox yet?
Well, truly, there's no specific vaccine for monkeypox. So currently we can treat symptomatically, or we can also use maybe the acyclovir antiviral medications.
But there are medications to help.
There are medications to help, but they are not specific
for monkeypox. These medications, are they like medications for chicken pox? Because I read somewhere that in some cases they use the chicken pox vaccines to treat for monkeypox.
Yeah, okay. Well, they can do that. It might help. But what used to help before was the smallpox vaccine.
Okay, the smallpox,
but it's
not the chicken pox.
Yeah,
okay.
But it's no longer available. But children maybe who got vaccinated for smallpox while they're younger, when they develop, if they get monkeypox later on, their cause, the effect on them is always mild.
Well, because they've been vaccinated for smallpox
before. But I think smallpox vaccine is no longer available.
Does that mean smallpox is a bit closer to monkeypox than chickenpox?
Yeah, they all belong to one family.
Okay, one generation, just different branches and different children. All right, that's pretty interesting to know. So as an individual now, you start noticing the symptoms. Probably you didn't know that you already came in contact with the fluid. You get to notice the symptoms for monkeypox.
Yeah.
How do you treat yourself? Is there any way you can self-medicate? That before we even talk about going to the hospital for help, is there anything one can do for themselves?
Well, I think self-medication is always not advisable. Because there's a lot of people
let me not call it self-medication. More like a first aid before you get to the hospital.
I think it's not something that as it occurs, it kills the person immediately or something bad happens immediately.
Because one can just be thrown off balance and you start what's the word again? Yeah. You just get worried when you start seeing all of this on your body, and now you've shared with us those symptoms, especially the physical ones, and you notice that your immune system is somehow you get to notice. So what's that first aid that we can do as individuals before we get medical experts involved?
Well, I think first aid I would say in this case is to be when somebody notices that you begin to avoid other people, coming in contact with other people.
That's saving other people, which is very vital.
Yeah, but
for yourself.
you, I think one of the first things you could do is to get to the nearest health center.
Oh, so there's absolutely nothing one can do on their own.
One thing about telling people do this. No. We could talk more about you doing things to prevent others from contacting. But one thing, when you tell people do A and do B,
they capitalize on
that. They no longer want to seek healthcare, and they always feel like anything that happens that looks like this, I will always stick to this.
I'm asking because you already clearly stated that they're all from one family, and I've seen people self-medicating for chicken pox and smallpox. They stay at home, they rub calamine lotion on their body, and then they take certain drugs. Some persons even go ahead to take what's the name of that drug again? Sorry, I can't recall the name of the drug. But they take certain drugs, right?
Yeah.
Now, these are people self-medicating on their own. That's why I'm bringing up this question. If there is a specific thing one can do as a first aid before you, now it's very, just so we make it clear, disclaimer, no matter what it is you do, you have to seek professional help. But before, maybe you're not even around, you're in a village. In most of our villages, we don't have health centers. They're in very deplorable state right now. So for people like that, how do they take care of themselves before they come all the way to Port Harcourt to seek medical professionals assistance?
Like you mentioned about the chicken pox thing, the chicken pox has been with us so much that almost everybody knows what chicken pox is. Everybody goes to get calamine lotion. They know when you drink, there's one bitters, I've forgotten the name, when you drink that, it clears
there are
up.
lots of bitters people take for that.
The problem with that is that, when they don't go to the hospital, for instance, and the person does that, and it resolves the bit, the person feels, oh, I'm fine, everything is okay. No, but this is actually viral infection. So even if the person gets, if the person just like the calamine lotion and all that, it might help a bit, but they still need to report to the nearest health facility, which may not necessarily cost much money. Because one thing that makes people stay away from the hospitals, they always think about money, hospital will always think about money. But one thing, the problem with that is, even if I say take this medication, you don't know the dosage you have to take. And, I might prescribe different dosage for different people.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think it always gets to the primary health center for proper health guidance and simple prescriptions.
So no matter what it is, as long as you notice that it has anything to do with anything related to pox, because you're not certain if it's smallpox or chicken pox, you just quickly visit the nearest health center. All right, that's good to know. So just to wrap up with this particular conversation, what are the preventive measures one can actually take?
Okay, the preventive measures is actually one of the majors is actually what Today 95.1 FM is doing, which we call the general health promotion. We're making people aware of this, and people should now start using their face masks properly. Always wash their hands, use the hand sanitizers. It will also help very well.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's the much we can take on the program, Body District. Thank you so much, Dr. Braid, for being here. We have to go now. You've been on to Body District on Today 95.1 FM. There's a breaking news for you here on Today FM. Just stay tuned.
FM. Developing News. 95.1.
All right, we are just getting the report that there is a fire outbreak in a gas outlet somewhere around the Rumekini area. And I'm trying to connect to one of our correspondents as he gives us details of what is currently going on. All right, Priye, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, Priye, can you hear me? Hello? Priye, can you hear me? All right, we will reconnect with Priye. Let's quickly go for the news update or two. When we come back, we will give you the story. All right, good afternoon once again. Here's the news update at 2 on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kalada Kurubatubo. Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria is threatening to withdraw their service across waterways in Rivers State if government at all levels do not intervene to end attacks on maritime workers in the state. The maritime workers particularly issued 1 month ultimatum against the government, saying security agencies should ensure the unconditional release of 9 of their members who were kidnapped along Abunima Kula waterway earlier this week. The Deputy National President of the Union, Francis Bunu, who briefed newsmen in Port Harcourt, complained how maritime workers have become the target of armed criminals who, he said, attack the workers at will without any interference. Today FM's Uchenjo Jawa reports that the Deputy National President of the Nigerian Maritime Workers Union also confirmed that the kidnappers of 9 of their colleagues have made contact demanding huge amount of money for them to be released, but insisted that the union cannot afford such cash and solicited for the intervention of the government. We earlier brought you a report about the kidnap of some members of Transportation Union who were on their way from Kula to a meeting in Abunima town in Akukutaro local government area of Rivers State. The supporters of Sunday Adeyemi, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, said they were in court ahead of his arraignment. Igboho supporters demanded that he should not be returned to Nigeria, saying that he had committed no offense. There had been reports that Igboho may be arraigned today before a court of appeal in Benin Republic. On Wednesday, there were protests in Ibadan, Cotonou, and London against Igboho's arrest. The outbreak of cholera has claimed no fewer than 33 persons in both Yobe and Jigawa states. In Yobe State, 3 deaths have been recorded, with 2 others hospitalized at Gege community in Jakusko, local government area of the state. This comes less than 3 days after 30 persons were killed in Jigawa following the outbreak of cholera across 9 local government areas in the state. The Executive Secretary, Yobe State Primary Healthcare Management Agency, Babagana Machina, told newsmen that the index case in Yobe came from neighboring state Jigawa. The Jigawa casualties add to the increasing death toll from the disease across Nigeria. Other states that have reported deaths from cholera in the past few weeks include Enugu, Benue, Plateau, and Bayelsa. Over 2,000 cases have been recorded in Jigawa, with the state capital, Dutse, and Adijia local government areas the worst affected. On the foreign scene, China says a WHO proposal to audit Chinese labs as part of further investigation into the origins of the coronavirus pandemic showed disrespect and arrogance towards science. Last week, the World Health Organization said the second stage of the international probe should include audits of Chinese labs amid increasing pressure from the United States for an investigation into a biotech lab in Wuhan. The proposal outlined by WHO Chief Tedros Ghebreyesus included audits of relevant laboratories and research institutions operating in the area of the initial human cases identified in December 2019, referring to the Chinese city of Wuhan. But China's Vice Health Minister Zheng Yizhen told newsmen today that he was extremely surprised by the plan, which he said showed disrespect for common sense and arrogance towards science. All right, I will try to connect with Priye Zogu as he is at the scene of the fire incident, and he will brief us what is happening and how things are currently going. And if anybody can hear me from the fire service department of the Rivers State government, please do well to rush to Rumekini and ensure that the fire does not escalate. I'm going to try to connect once again to the correspondent out there. All right, we are connected to Priye Uzogu. Priye, what is currently going on there?
Yes, the fire around Rumekini close to a gas plant. It's like it's a spot where they do concrete and all. I don't know, it's like such a place where they store concrete products.
That's crude oil products, you mean?
Yes, yes. I'm seeing crude oil products right now. I'm talking to you very close to the fence.
Okay, so it's not the gas outlet that is on fire, but the crude oil bunkery spot, like you've mentioned. Yeah. Hello. Okay, we lost the call. We will furnish you with more details. For now, and this is where the news update had to end. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap on the running water. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Good afternoon. I am Kalada Kurubatibor. Stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM.
There is no adjective to qualify the failure of this APC government, a government that came into power when dollar was 170. Annie, I've always liked and followed Asha Frank, but today he wasn't stable. The man, another man, forgetting his name, stole the show. That's him. Me too, I forgot his name. He was.
Annie must announce my name before you go. Must announce my name.
Where would you rather be? Stay glued to this frequency. Stay glued to this frequency.
Hello and good morning. Here's a news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdel Salam. The House of Representatives has met.
Today 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry all your salary and go and rent one bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
You
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double that much. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
All right, good afternoon to you. 8 minutes gone past the hour of 2. I am Khaled and I like to think of myself as the man of the people. Once again, this is SOS call to the fire service department. Please do well to rush to Rumekini. I don't know anyone. Yes, I hear you have a branch at Obiakpo Council or around that area. Please, can we ensure that you rush to Rumekini? There is a fire outbreak. There is a gas plant close to the fire outbreak, and it might get worse if it is not handled. According to reports from the correspondent on ground, it is that the suspected bunkery sport is what has caught fire. And yet again, very scary because, oil and fire, they love each other. All right, let's try and establish contact with Priye Zogo one more time. And let's, get all the details of what is going on in that place. And I hope residents in that area are doing well to take precaution and run to a safe place because it's very necessary you run to a safe place right about now. Okay. My network provider is just a mess right about now. I can't seem to reach out to Priye, but let's just stay tuned, and hopefully we will get furnished with more details. I intended to talk about something different today, something very interesting. Maybe we will still have a chance to talk about it. I do not know. With the way everything is going, I'm guessing we might have to switch topics. But we're going to talk about the, population that is growing at a very fast rate, and of course the resources not properly handled. So what we have to share is becoming even little or more little by the day. And we're going to talk about it, and we're going to ask if you would love to adopt the one child policy, if we should make it an offense for unmarried people to have sex. We should make that an offense and actually send them to a correctional facility if caught. I'm wondering if that is possible. But these and many more we're going to ask on the show before the fire outbreak. And right about now, our focus is the fire outbreak somewhere in Rumikini. And I've been around here for a while, and I did not know that there was some kind of crude oil depot, so to say, because I don't want to believe it's a bunkery depot. I just want to believe it's a licensed. But if it's licensed, who will license a crude oil depot in the middle of a residential area? Oh, wow. All right. Please, my network should work already. These are the issues. The network provider is still not able to give me proper service. Maybe that's why the National Assembly would not allow for e-transmission. So on election day, we don't have issues like this where we can't transmit results because of a particular or all the network providers. You know what I'm talking about. But we are still trying to reach out to Priya Izogu, and we want to really find out, because there is an interesting information he was dishing out before the line went off, and that is the fact that there is a bunkery depot in that area, and that is where the fire started from. So I'm going to go back to Priya right now. Priya, can you hear me? Yes. Good afternoon to you once again. Are you still at the place where the fire incident is happening?
Yes, I'm still there.
All right. So you were saying it is a bunkery depot. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, I'm saying like kind of condensate and concrete products. Like it's out there, still there. They took some of the products out, but some are still here.
Oh, okay. Have they been able to put the fire under control?
No, nobody has attempted to put it off. People are just standing and looking.
Is the fire very serious? Is it very serious?
Yeah, waiting for the fire service.
No, I'm asking is the fire very severe? That's what I'm asking.
It's severe, very close to the fence right now.
Close to the fence of the gas
building. No, not the gas plants. It's about some meters from the gas plants.
Interesting. And there is nothing anybody can do to see how they can
people are just watching it right now.
Oh my. All right, we'll try to get across to the fire service. I've been trying to call their number.
The sound of it, it's getting serious.
It's getting serious, yeah?
Yes, it's getting serious.
Okay. We will try to reach out to the fire service. Once I'm done with you, I'll try calling the fire service.
Some persons are trying to call here, and I don't know. It seems like there's a unit of fire service in Uniport, so I don't know. They should be here.
Okay. All right then. All right. I'll do my bidding on the show, and I'll call the fire service department, and let's see how we can quench the fire. Thank you very much for you, and do stand by. All right then. Okay, so I'm going to try to reach out to the fire service department. I hope the network will not be a problem. We will see how we can solve the issue that we are currently facing. But you know what? Let's shift our main topic till tomorrow. We will talk about population and scarce resources tomorrow. Let's look at this breaking story before us. How do you cite a bunkering depot in a residential area? How do you do that? I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. How do you even do that? Every day we wake up, we blame the government. We say, you know what? I'm not going to run into conclusion right about now. Maybe it's a licensed oil firm. Let's leave it open. Let's just believe it's licensed. I'm not going to run into conclusion so I don't get fined or I don't get sued. You know how these things work. But I'm still wondering, who does that? I mean, there is so much risk. If that fire does escalate, I want to believe a lot of people will lose their properties, will lose their sources of livelihood or all their investment. And I'm hoping that people in relevant authorities will hear my voice and run to the rescue right about now. I'm talking about the fire service departments. Whether it's from oil companies, whether from University of Port Harcourt, whether from any company at all, whether from the River State government, someone should do something and run to Rumekini and try the best possible to fight that fire. All right, I'm going to take this call. I've not reeled out the number. The numbers are 0817-000-0951 and 0810-951-0951. You will bear with me. It is the situation we find ourselves in. So you will keep me company as we fight the fire together. I cannot be there, so I'll do my bidding from here inside of the studio. All right, I'm going to take this call now. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Momo.
All right, Chris Momo, welcome.
Oh, Lord. It's actually about the fire that is going on now. I'm there right now. I have to go towards Uniport to see if there's any way they could come. But they're on their way coming. The issue now is that their own car, the fire service car, broke down that UBTA junction. They were coming to come and see if they could quench the fire, but their own car now break down. Hospital junction.
That's a problem.
Now,
that's a problem.
As we speak now, I'm right there with them now.
Can they call another department, from, they probably have a union or something. Can they call the one from Obiapo Council or, an oil company, fire service department? Can they make a call so they can hasten the moves to fight this fire?
I don't know what they are doing there. I just try to put one wire to another wire to see how it can come. There is a cause of such a road there.
These are the issues.
Right now, they are them there. They were coming, getting to that tissue hospital junction.
Right.
They broke down.
All right, call a mechanic. There are mechanic workshops around there. Find out someone who can help them. Let's make sure that we get that truck running and fighting the fire in your area. Please do that, Chris Momo. Thank you very much for calling in. These are the issues when we come up here every 2 o'clock in the afternoon and bring up conversations. We don't just talk. I remember a couple of weeks ago we treated this issue and we said that we don't have emergency systems in River State or mostly across Nigeria, and when issues like this rise up, there is nobody to the rescue. And trust me, Superman is a fictional character and he cannot leave the movies and come save us. We have to put structures in place. We do. And if you go out, if I leave the studio and just, from the entrance of my office, I can see the black smoke very, very visible, palpable in the air, in the sky. It's there. And really, you see, I'm wondering if the residents want to tell me that they never knew that, okay, like I said, I'm not running into conclusions just yet. But if the DPR is also listening, if, the DSS, the police, go investigate. What is a crude oil depot, whether bunkery, whether licensed, doing in a residential area? If that fire gets to romance with that gas plant or gas outlet, my goodness, we all know what the result will be. Let's take this call. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
I'm Comrade Kabari.
Kabari, welcome.
I just used that east-west route and I saw the suit up. Okay? I think University of Port Harcourt has a fire service department.
Yeah. The truck just broke down. That's what someone said. Yeah.
And let me tell you, this won't stop. As I speak to you, I know several places that are residential areas where such crude is being stockpiled.
So why are we not reporting? If you know, why are you not, blowing the whistle?
Like they will do nothing. The security agencies are even partnering with those guys. Even the people that they cannot tell you that they are ignorant that such a place is there. It's just that safety consciousness is not being applied. And the police here that was supposed to enforce these rules dealing with people, so it will serve as a deterrent for other people to ensure that they ensure that safety consciousness here is very critical in the society here. They have failed. And I tell you, if you carry out your investigation, you discover that even those guys that stocked that something, they have some security agencies that
interesting.
They are not paid, please.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Comrade Kabari. If you are just joining us on today's House right about now, we are in the Situation Room and we are looking at a live report where there is a fire outbreak somewhere in Rumekini. If you are along the east-west road, just look to the skies and you see the black smoke, floating in the air. You see it floating in the air there. Apparently, according to our reporter, our correspondent, he is saying, that's Priya Izogu, that he believes it is a crude oil depot that caught fire, and the resulting effect is what we are seeing. And I'm wondering, first of all, there is supposed to be a fire service truck coming in from the University of Port Harcourt, but as usual, the truck is broken down. I'm not surprised, by the way. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. But you see, my concern is, why is there a crude oil depot? I'm not calling it a bunkery depot just yet until, maybe the relevant agencies or relevant authorities do their investigations and then tell me what really it is. If it's a licensed depot, then I ask the question, what is it doing there? And if it is a bunkery depot, I would also ask the police or relevant agencies like DPR, how come they never caught them, or they never found out until today? 95.1 FM.
Hello, Kalada.
Yeah, that's my name. What's your name?
Mr. Foster, I'm calling from Rumokoro.
Rumokoro, okay. Welcome.
Kalada, you see, we don't have any emergency system in this our country. Not only in the States. Are you hearing me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Kalada, anytime you come here, anytime 2 o'clock, we come here and we talk. Kalada, are you sure they are listening?
I believe they are listening.
Are you sure they are listening to you, Kalada?
I believe they are listening. I do believe they are listening.
Look at what's happening. And you can go to other small countries. I was in Burkina Faso. Kalada, are you hearing me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
I was in Burkina Faso, a small country, very, very small country. I was in Ouagadougou. Look at all the small little villages around there. And something happened. Once you call that the emergency, you see they will just appear from nowhere with their bed, come and rescue everyone. Are you hearing me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Kalada, I weep. Kalada, I weep.
I weep with you. I weep with you, actually.
Kalada, I weep. Kalada, you can see. Every time we come here, we talk, we make our calls, talk. You can see a vehicle that has already left Uniport, God broke down on the way. Before you see them come, maybe there will be fatalities everywhere. People will lose their lives. Houses will God wants. All livelihood lose. All livelihood will get lost. Then that's when they will appear. I weep, Canada. I weep.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There, I weep as well. But you see, in as much as I want to join you and blame government for not putting in structures, okay, I'm wondering, our brothers. I mean, I want to believe these are our brothers. You know, the guys who own this, crude oil depot. I want to believe they are our brothers. How do you do a thing that puts everyone at arm's way? How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you do such a thing that puts everyone at arm's way? I'm going to play Send Down the Rain. Hopefully the rain will fall and the rain will quench the fire. 95.1 FM, because we love to pray in Nigeria, remember. What's your name?
Yeah, good afternoon, Canada. This is Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Chris, welcome.
Yeah, to tell you the truth, I just closed my eyes now. I now remember far back then when my own house got burned at Toronto here.
Sorry about that.
Not even pin. Before fire service from Bori Camp here, get to Moji Junction, everything. We are coming. Listen, let me tell you. Had it been that Mr. Governor, you know how much Mr. Governor donated to this is Samfara or where their own bucket is born. If they use that type of money, buy better equipment for fire service for emergency like this, tell me how many fire service motor you will see patrolling everywhere in the corner of the whole river state. They station it every place. Look at it, all the way from where he just left from here. Maybe how many days now that motor have not even go anywhere. They have not. It's only when they hear emergency they will start checking their motor. Emergency.
Chris, I don't think I want to blame the fire service officers or agents. How much do you think is budgeted to their department? That's one, because they say, you don't fight fire every day.
that one is another thing. You know, this fire incident is not something that when he will fall.
Right.
But this one, had it been, for example, is it when they have the emergency that they will start to know if the motor will start the petrol? Why not just running it every time to know if the motor can go to that sense? Look at now, it's not that they are thinking why
Chris, because we're not emergency conscious. That's just the answer to that question you're raising.
Even till today, they are telling me, even they wrote my account to see me since 2000 till now. They now call me, have you gotten another appointment? They just tell me they are coming. Since that time, I have not seen what.
They are coming. They are coming. Cool down. They are coming.
Don't wait for fire service, Nigerian fire service.
Thank you very much.
To look for a way to quench the fire.
Thank you very much.
Don't wait for them.
They need to wait for the fire service because the thickness of the smoke, the thickness of the black smoke, floating in the air is scary. And it's only the fire service, I believe, can fight it because it's crude oil, remember, and there's a gas plant very close by. So we want to ensure that. And I think on the other side, if the map in my head is correct, on the other side there might also be a petrol station. Oh, it's crazy right now. 95.1 FM. What's your name?
Canada, this is Lossie calling from Yenegua.
Lossie, welcome.
Yes, you see, Nigeria is a very funny country. I am telling you.
Right.
Yes, they leave the things that to take care of the important things and do things that are not important. Emergency situation. In the first place, you are supposed to even prevent. You understand? If you look for every means to prevent things like this, look at where it is located. Is it the right place to locate such things? Nobody said anything. Until today now there is fire.
There's fire.
Everybody is running around.
But remember that song? There is fire on the mountain.
It's just you look at even the situation, truck breaking down. Fire service vehicles. I don't know what they are saying. The ones here in Yenegua, that where you see them, they are brand new trucks. Brand new. It's not even a truck that.
Send some of them our way, please.
You said no. He just that even them to the same thing. When you call now, they will tell you one excuse.
All right.
You don't keep old vehicles as. That's why I say it will take time for us to get to where the white man is.
All right.
If you tell a white man, see, we have a journey to make 7:30. By 6:30, you will see a white man. He will wake up, check the engine, check oil, check everything, start it, look at the performance, and he will be ready. So we forget it. We just talk here, display certificate, professors. We look like people that are not educated.
Right,
and that is why we cannot move forward. It's unfortunate what I'm hearing from your station. Very, very unfortunate. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lawson. We'll go for a quick break. And then when I come back, I'll play Send Down the Rain by Majek Fashek. Reason being, we love to pray in Nigeria instead of to do the things that God has given us the power to do. We pray. We pray for security. We pray for power supply. We pray for money. We pray for everything in Nigeria. And that is not to say prayer is not good. But what is prayer without works? All right, Send Down the Rain after the break. Stay tuned.
Mario, you hear say Doctors Without Borders wey dey treat victims of rape dey for Orobum Health Center, Obunabali for Garrison?
Which kind treatment sef dem dey give victim of rape?
Na treatment to prevent HIV infections plus other sexually transmitted infections. The person need to come clinic with immediate alacrity before 3 days go pass. But if e don pass 3 days wey e happen, make the person still come. Other treatments dey wey dem go give the person too.
I hear say they no dey even collect money and everything go dey confidential. Nobody go hear about am at all.
Na true talk and the clinic dey open 24/7. Nothing like holiday.
Their phone number na 0903 355 5455 or 0705 889 0060.
Our people, remember in case rape happen, carry the person come meet Doctors Without Borders for Orobum Health Center, Obunabali Garrison.
The sky look misty and cloudy. It looks like the rain gonna fall today. This morning I've been sowing my seed, waiting for the rain to drop and water it all. Oh Lord, hey. I'm a hungry man, and I don't wanna be hungry. We send down the rain to water up my seed.
It is, listening to this song, it's a mixed feeling for me. I mean, I'm close to tears right now because I'm thinking, how can I be praying for rain in 2021 when there could have been a structure put in place to help quell a fire incident? Oh my goodness. I just got a report. I know while I was playing the song, the short break, I ran to the newsroom to find out if there is a new information, and lo and behold, there's so much information there. First of all, that the vehicle of the fire service, in town. When I say town, I'm talking about Falga, is bad. So even if they were supposed to come support the one in UPTH or Uniport, they cannot. And they cannot. And it's sad that in River State, and I hope the River State government is listening to me because I'm about to rant now. Oh my. It's not like my ranting is anything though, but I'm about to rant. That in River State, as big as River State is, in terms of allocation, in terms of, I think allocation, yeah, they are the third or fourth. Correct me if I'm wrong. And we have just 3 fire service vehicles or 2. It is a sad reality, and it pains. See, this is what I try to tell you every time. See, partisanship will not solve the problems we devil in Nigeria, because when it comes, it doesn't look at whether you're APC, PDP, APGA, Zonga, whatever party you belong to. It doesn't look at your tribe. It doesn't look at your ethnicity. It just comes. It happens to every one of us. That is why we need to go across party lines and fight for development. That is what I try to do every time I come in here. And that was what we were trying to talk about yesterday. Can we have open minds so that we can see the different perspectives that there is or, different perspectives that exist in Nigeria, in River State, in your community, in your household. Also, I hear the residents are now beginning to look for ways to ensure that the fire does not escalate. And so I went outside and I'm looking at the skies. Or I did look at the skies and I couldn't see the thick black smoke floating in the air anymore. So I want to believe that the fire is being put under control and it will not escalate and properties will not be lost. And we will give glory to God and testimonies on Sunday, I want to believe. But back to the phone lines. Let's get your reaction. 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510. 95.1 FM.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, my name is Daniel.
Daniel, are you sending down the rain?
I am sending down the rain with my hand on my leg and my brain. That's my prayer. For me, the truth of the matter is that Nigerian leadership have failed our citizens. Leadership here is all about working roads, and the reason why they work roads, construct roads, is just because for people to see that they were doing something. And for them, leadership is all about construction of roads, paying salaries, and extravagant cars everywhere, or dashing people or going for vacation and donating money just like businessmen. That is what leadership is all about for here. But when you go to system work, they look at every department to department. You look at about the transportation sector, fantastic. Look about the fire service sector, fantastic. Everything works perfectly because there is a proper people in a proper position with a proper thinking. For me, the only thing that will correct these things is, that is why I keep on shouting. If only Buhari government, that I think they have not done enough Nigerians, if Buhari government and this night assembly can give us e-voting and e-transmission, believe me, Canada, they have done more than any other government in this country. Because when we have access to begin to elect the right individual, believe me, this whole thing will change. And when we have an access where we can bring a leadership, then PDP and APC will be powerless. Because because I can be here, I look at this individual who is in this political party, fantastic individual, and we will have to use our vote through our phone and do a better voting. And secondly, again, it can even keep tribalism. I will be here, I don't care whether na Suleiman or maybe na Bashiru that is from Sokoto. All I know that, look at this credible individual, look at what he can offer for Nigerians, and I'll bring him in. So that is it. So, but if we begin to go this political party, that is so, they will keep on giving us wrong individuals. They will keep on giving us powerful individuals. And they will be dividing us with tribalism and PDP and APC. At the end of the day, the system will not work. So for me, I keep on saying it, Biko and everybody keep on begging Buhari government. Give us a better system that can make us to bring a better individual. At least one of the things they will be remembered for is that even though they did not even do anything, but they will never be forgotten for bringing a better system that changed this country in every dimension. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for calling in, Daniel. God, I'm still praying for the rain, and I'm hoping that right about now the fire is being put out, and the people in that area in Rumekini can now breathe easily. Oof. Imagine getting a call from your office or from your place of business that your house is close to a fire outbreak from a crude oil depot. Your mind. Your mind will be somewhere else. Your BP might even go high. All right, 95.1 FM. Lost that call.
Hello, Reverend Father Canada.
Mr. Sam, welcome. I hope you're coming. I hope you're coming with the rain.
Well, I've been praying for this anyway, but this one, I don't know what will happen anyway.
All right.
Reverend, a blessed day to you.
Yeah, same to you. Same to you.
Yeah. Reverend, you see, this is why the other day I was asking of this our action and viable commissioner in the person of Dr. Peter Mede. This man came up.
Sorry. What has Peter Mede got to do with this? It's not his ministry.
He said there was some police station doing this transaction of bunkering and what have you, crude oil and what have you, that his ministry has taken notice of such, and they were about to be going around to see how they will confiscate those properties and see that those people face the wrath of the law.
Okay.
And this man, since that day he came up with that idea, to date I've not heard of him again. I don't know whether they have warned him not to make noise. But you see, this is a government that, this present government here in the state, that is claiming that they are out there to work for the people, whereby the people have even been crying about this suit. And this suit, we know that these boys who are involved in this oil whatsoever shady business, those facilities that they use in doing that, they are bunkering and what have you, those is worth millions of naira, and this boy cannot afford it. You now know that the government in power, some of these men, they are the one responsible for these things. And here the governor will go and be dashing 500 million somewhere and be doing that. Now it has come to a point where they will save the life of River State people. Can you imagine 3 trucks all over the state? No one can come to the rescue of these people who maybe I don't know what is the fire situation in that environment right now. But no single, but you see, I will still blame the people in the sense that they will be giving money, they will be collecting money at least every month or every year. There will be budget for maintenance, but yet nothing is being maintained, nothing is being renewed. But every day they will be bringing papers that worth millions of naira in the name of maintenance and buying new vehicle, and you will not see any vehicle. It is quite shameful and laughable. But I think this our president Tokunadu, whatever he says, his title, should begin to see how he will do the right thing and stop spending money on unnecessary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you very much for calling in. You see, on a day like this that I'm so emotional, I don't think blame game is going to be the right approach. I'm looking at it. I mean, maybe everybody's got to blame. Yeah. Maybe everybody's got to blame, yeah. But then again, what scares me is the possibility that amongst many residential area in Rivers State, there is the possibility that a crude oil depot is also in the middle, or it's somewhere close, or is a neighboring house. And that scares me, that amongst many residential areas in River State, there are many crude oil depots, many crude oil. I don't want to call it bunkery. I don't want to look for trouble today. I don't have the facts. Maybe when I have the facts, I can now say this is what it is. But right now, it's all allegations, and I want to believe. I want to have an open mind. I want to believe it is maybe a licensed place. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just someone who overstored, petrol products he bought. Maybe there are so many maybes. I want to give the benefit of a doubt. I just don't want to run into conclusions or rush into conclusions. But it pains me thinking of the possibility that there are many older crude oil depots like this around various states. It scares me. It pains me. Anyways, let's just open the phone lines now. 95.1 FM, lost that call, lost that one as well. The numbers are the same, 0817 000 0951 and 0810 951 0951. It is the Situation Room. There is a fire outbreak at Rumekini in Obiakpo local government area. And a lot of the listeners are keeping me company as I look at the incident, hoping for the best. I'm hoping for the best, and that's why I'm sticking to this conversation. I'm going to go to the phone lines now. 95.1 FM.
Yeah, good day.
What's your name?
Williams from Ada George.
William from Ada George, welcome.
Yeah.
Are you sending down the rain for us today?
I'm sending enough rain.
Oh, okay.
You see why we say that this country is not a country. Because you can't tell me that a country that we have presidents, senators, governors, they are not doing anything. The last time I interviewed our governor here, how many working chance have you bring? He was saying road. All we specialize is the road. These governors, they embezzle money, senators, they embezzle money, they don't care. Common a fire service, this thing, they can't provide. After they will say that they are, you see, I'm working. My brother, man, this country is not a country. Let this country divide.
No,
And let's have our own way.
We're not talking about division now, but thank you nonetheless for calling in, Williams. This is not the time for that kind of conversation, right? We're looking for solutions and not for the problems, right? So let's stick to the conversation that we are trying to have, because it's not even a structured conversation. It is a conversation that hit us along the way, and we're doing it for support for the Rumekini people. We're doing it for the support of the Rumekini people, and It pains me really. For the first time, I was hoping that I would see a working system. You call the fire service, and just like we see in the movies, they'll blend their siren, wah 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 wah, and then they'll get to the place, and then they will quench the fire, and then we'll call them our heroes. We'll call them our supermen. But it didn't work the way I thought about it. So it pains me, it hurts me. It really does hurt me. But I have about 13 minutes to leave the studio. You get a chance to air your view on the issue that we currently are reviewing. 95.1 FM. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, what's your name?
My name is Paul. I'm calling from Kwakusha.
Paul, are you sending down the rain?
No.
Okay.
Concerning this issue of fire service in Nigeria, our politicians, they are the problems. Look at, there is one nearby here. Let me say the nearest one to Rumekini is Arobiapo, not far from the police station.
Hello, you there?
Since I'm making build that place,
okay.
There are no equipment concerning fire services, and then the government is talking about giving them gun.
We can't even call them if they don't have equipment, then they are not a fire service department. I mean, fire service department should have equipment to fight fire.
Yes. Even though you try to call, the number will not be reachable till the fire is.
No. Their number was reachable today, by the way. I mean, we tried. We called. The office did call. Newsroom did call. Yeah, they were able to speak to one or two. And that's how we got to find out that the vehicle's really not really working.
And then we're talking of job creation. We can add more of this the personnel there, give them the necessary equipment, and then upgrade them to the international standard. But in this country, we are not seeing all these things. We prepare.
Oh, sorry about that. We lost that call. 95.1 FM.
Hello, good afternoon, my brother.
Yeah, good afternoon. Sounds like Professor Ekiti.
Yes, sir, good afternoon, sir.
Welcome then.
My brother, the issue of fire service, not only Rivers State in Nigeria. Our government are not put anything, not enough power. They should say they empower these people. If you go to my one now for the fire service, how many times that I've went to that place? You will see that play Ludo, playing draft without doing nothing. I'm telling you the reality. You say in this Nigeria, not only River State, if something terrible will not happen, the government will not wake up.
But you know, Professor Ekiti. I mean, this might sound very stupid, but I think I want to even congratulate those men who still go to work every day and play Ludo, irrespective of the fact that their offices are almost non-existent.
If they don't go work, don't say no work, no peace. They need to.
My point is, who knows that they did not come to work? Who knows that they would not come to work tomorrow? Who knows?
My brother, they will know. To give them equipment, that's the only problem. How many times that they have been shouting for this university that the fire service company are not functioning, but nobody will say anything to it. My brother, before this our Nigeria we good. I don't even know the year because these people from the day we collect independence, it is the same set of people from soldier go, from soldier come, and there are many people that are in this country that they can carry out this promise that then they will not let them reach the place. If they know that they get power, they get ability to do well, or they have done well before, they don't even need to jump from PDP to APC. Let them establish their own party. That I know that I've worked for my people. Whether they will see people that will follow them, unless they change from this attitude, this is how we'll be suffering for this country. My brother, I'm very, very angry this afternoon. Just stop there.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Ekiti. Coolly temper, don't be angry. I lost that connection. Keep your calls coming in. I'm gonna pray for the rain. I can't wait to go outside and find out what the current condition of things are in that area. But you see, it's not just the fire service department in terms of the emergency sector that is lacking or that is in despair. Many other, health, flooding, security. Although these days, if you call the police will quickly respond. So I want to believe there is an improvement in that area. But a lot of places in terms of emergency or emergency services, a lot of segments of the emergency sector are lacking. They are in despair. And you see, when we talk about development, these are the issues. These are the things that we refer to. These are the issues. Because when flood comes, it doesn't look at your party affiliation. It doesn't say you're from Calabari, no, you're from Ikwere, no, you're from Upland, you're from Riverine. It doesn't look at it. It comes and it knocks you, like we say in our local parlance, it knocks you black and blue. You least expect it. That's the truth. God forbid, like we say in our local parlance, but a stray bullet could hit you, and then you're being rushed to the hospital, and then they are telling you they can't treat you because there is no police report. Emergency services. Emergency services. Meanwhile, they could be doing an emergency surgery while the admin of the hospital is calling the police. And by the time the surgery is done, there is, the handcuff on your hands or your wrist whilst you are recovering. Emergency services. I could go on and on. I know I just said the police is improving. There's an improvement there in their response. But there are times when you call them and they tell you they don't have fuel in the vehicle. And I don't blame them because they don't have fuel in the vehicle. It's not like it's their fault. It's not like they give them the money and they refuse to buy fuel. I mean, don't you see their uniforms? Don't you see how they are unkempt, not properly taken care of? Yeah, so I don't blame them. They don't have fuel in their vehicle. They don't have. I'm going to put the phone lines. 95.1 FM.
Good afternoon, Alada.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
My name is CJ. Thank you for your program, sir. Thank you very much. CJ, listen. Not only fire service. Canada. Now, no equipment. I'm not happy. Are we supposed to praise them, what they are doing?
I'm
not equipment in the fire service. No, not you. Okay. Not you, please.
All right, cool.
Are we supposed to praise them for their duty? They build the road, they build flyover, they build toilet. We praise them. No. Okay, Canada, no equipment. Go to my one fire service office. Just for example, go and see a very dirty. Even assume that there's fire now. Before they will blow, how many hours? How many hours it will take them from there to the place? How many hours? Okay, for example, now no equipment. Is it not somebody that promised to give 100 million to bring down the Kano? Is it not somebody to promise 100 million? I don't know what I mean. Right. Now, sometimes some people say no money in Nigeria. What do they mean? How much are they paying them? The governors, the presidents, the senators, this and that. They are debating 30,000 naira for how many years? Canada. Right. Canada. Now look at put up in the bucket. They are talking of 2023. So even in this year station, somebody will just come to your station from morning till night. 2023. Nobody talk of how much for one bottle of zinc. Nobody talk of how bottle of zinc. And the herdsmen are killing people in the farm.
All right.
People don't go to farm again.
All right.
Promise 100 million.
All right.
What is the purpose of God Almighty God?
Thank you very much.
Canada. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for calling in. Something just, popped in my head when the last caller was talking. You see, we praise them, yeah? We argue. Every once in a while, oh, how has this person done? Oh, he has done marvelously well. I give him 80 over 100. I give him, for those who are in a position, I give him 20 over. We do that a lot. But you see, honestly, let's just forget that I'm very angry right about now. Honestly, Nigerian problems are not rocket science. Very basic problems. I don't need to be in government to solve some of these problems. What? Industrialization? What? Of course, that will end in unemployment and insecurity to a large extent. What? Some of these problems are not rocket science. Why are our leaders not doing it? It just occurred to me that we pay them too much. We pay them too much. They are too comfortable. And the comfortable person does not think. At least that's what they say. That's what motivational speakers would tell you. Someone who is in his comfort zone cannot think out of the box. We pay them too much. So instead of us clamoring for maybe e-transmission to be included, we should clamor for them to change how much they earn from exorbitant amounts to mega amounts. Then you see all of them thinking out of the box. Really, I think we pay them too much. They are overfed babies. Our leaders are overfed babies, so they can't think out of the box. I'm serious. They can't think out of the box. So maybe that's what we should be fighting for now. And then when we now have leaders earning meager salaries and allowances, then they can begin to feel what we are feeling.
always say, even if they say I'm wrong, I'm gonna feel strong, cause I know I'm gonna live long. Oh Lord, yes, I'm living
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What a goal! Hangs it up for Ronaldo. Oh my God!
Experience the glorious goals rush. The heated verbal jabs and even moments of madness. Experience the sensational swings, strokes and shots. The moments of victory and despair. Experience lights out on a majestic night in Singapore and a whole lot more.
On your premium talk news and sports radio station.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Listen to Sports Attack every weekday from 7:30 a.m. and Today Sports Live after the news update at 3 p.m. Stay tuned on Saturdays and Sundays for a bumper edition of Today Sports Live from 1 to 6 p.m. Experience sports in its entirety on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
With my voice, here to win, it's my choice. You can dream, if you believe, give it all you've got. They are fast, I am faster. They are strong, but I'm stronger. I'm the best, so I pick up my chest. My dream, my speed, and my strength. Give me the power to win. We're flying higher to the top. There's nothing there. Give me the power to win.
Power to win. That's what Team Nigeria will looking for out there in Tokyo. Talking about the 2020 Olympics out in Japan. And of course, we'll continue our preview as far as the Olympics is concerned. But in the meantime, I want to say very good afternoon to you and welcome to yet another exciting edition of Today's Sports Live, reaching you from your premium news, talk, and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM, right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Emeka Dena is my name, the Odogu one of sports. I'm not alone in the building, never walking alone, I tell you. Superman, Wisdom Obina is here for this one. Superman, good afternoon to you and welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Emeka. Good afternoon to my colleague here. Good afternoon to you listening. It's a pleasure to build up to the Olympics. A lot going on already. Little by little, it will pick up. And we're happy Nigeria is there, even though we are not in the football event, which is a place where we've had some success in the past. Great to be here, Emeka. Good afternoon.
All right. And of course, on the menu this afternoon, we... No. That's we won't go to the menu until we'll make welcome the one and only Ezine OT. Ezine, good afternoon to you and welcome to the show.
Good afternoon to you, Emeka. Good afternoon to you, Wisdom.
Looking very fine today.
Thank you. Somehow the Aqua United they've gotten the power to win, Emeka. I tell you, winning that game yesterday, they cemented. You won't say yes, they've not won it, but
6
it's almost
points
like
clear
at the top. And when you look at they're almost there.
I tell you.
You see, I think the promise keepers, they've kept to their promise this season.
Until the fat lady cries, we will not say it's all over.
Yeah, no, but Emeka, that promise looks likely to be kept.
All right, we'll wait and see how it pans out. A preview of Team Nigeria contingents heading into the Olympics this afternoon. We'll be looking at table tennis, badminton, and canoeing. Yes, and of course, on the other side of the show, we'll be talking about Aqua United. They are 6 points clear now at the top of the table with an emphatic 3-0 win over Warriors yesterday, while the likes of Nasarawa United, Kano Pillars, and Rivers United were all beaten to dent their title aspirations. Enyimba can reduce Aqua United's lead on the top of the table with a win in a way against relegation threatening the final battle today. Can they do that? We'll wait and see. And if you are a big fan of Ahmed Musa, he has a new club right now. We are told the Super Eagles captain, who is came back to play for his former side, Kano Pillars, on an arranged kind of contract. He has finally gotten a club in Turkey. We are told we'll tell you more about that move, and we'll also look at some of the transfer stories making the rounds. Who is Chelsea going to buy? Who is Man United going to buy?
I can wait and see.
Lewandowski, Erling Haaland.
We don't know
Yeah,
for that. Until they sign that deal, you just can't tell.
All right, so we'll tell you about those big moves and what the papers are saying regarding those big teams and who they are likely going to sign this summer. It's getting interesting, isn't it? And of course, the show is very, very interactive. You can send us your messages via text or WhatsApp to 070-1933-9962. That's 070-1933-9962. Who do you think? Do you think Nigeria can win a medal in table tennis, canoeing, or badminton at the Olympics? I mean, we definitely want to hear from you. With Aruna Quadri there, Olajide Omotayo, do you think they can get something? Funko Sheneke is making her 7th Olympic appearance, a record for an African woman. What do you make of that? And of course, in the MPFL, we want your reactions. Aqua United 6 points clear of the chasing Parker right there, in the MPFL. Do you think they have won it already, or you think somehow they will throw this one away? That would be very, very disastrous if they happen to do that, isn't it? Of course, later I'll also be throwing the phone lines open for you to have your say. In the meantime, let's take a quick break and, of course, bring you the Olympic preview.
Feel the magic in the air. Feel the magic in the air.
Feel the magic in the air. Magic System, Red One, Shawty. Feel the magic in the air.
Good afternoon to you and welcome to the Olympic segment of today's Sports Live. My name is Ezine Oti and I'll be taking you through Team Nigeria's table tennis, badminton and canoeing contingents at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. Starting with table tennis, where Nigeria's table tennis sensation Olajide Omotayo is happy to be part of the country's team to the Tokyo Olympic Games, which officially gets underway tomorrow. Omotayo said he was elated to be representing the country at the Games for the first time in his career. Quoting him, he says, "Olympic Games are held every 4 years and athletes in various sports all over the world look up to it. It's a great honor to be in Tokyo in the colors of Nigeria. To earn a ticket was tough and the Olympics is the bigger stage where one must make the qualification count. I am happy having other top and experienced players like Aruna Quadri around me to help in the preparation for the event. For me, it is a dream come true and I feel proud to be part of this," he said. Meanwhile, Team Nigeria's captain and African number 1, Aruna Quadri, ranked 15 in the Olympics, will be hoping to surpass his previous quarter-final record at Rio 2016, together with Offiong Edem and Funke Oshonaika, who is set to make her 7th appearance at the Olympics. Emeka, starting with you, just like the Wrestling Federation, do you think the Nigerian Table Tennis Federation has prepared our contingents very well for this Olympics?
Well, isn't it the good thing about the table tennis players is that they don't even need the NTTF to prepare them because they are all professional players. They are outside this country. They play for their respective club sides. That's what they do there with their club sides are enough to eventually get them ready for big tournaments. Because if you go to those club sides, they also play against some of the finest players in the world, in the league. They also, some of them have as teammates some of the players they will be meeting out there at the Olympics. So they don't necessarily need to bring them together in one camp, stay 2 months, stay 3 months. No, that will not even do them any good. They're playing consistently at the top level in those clubs in Portugal, in France, in Germany. I think it's a good preparation for these athletes going into the Olympics. So unlike the wrestling team that will become 10 years ago, training every day and all that, then go for competition. Table tennis doesn't really work that way. If you have these athletes in their respective clubs, I think it's good enough for them, especially those of them, the likes of Rapodri or Lajido or Motayo, who are not based there. Funko Shanake, they are not based there. They are all abroad. They are playing for their respective sides, in the Euro League and what have you. I think it's good enough for them going into the Olympics.
Okay, now to you, Superman. Funke Oshonaika is set to make her 7th appearance at the Olympics. Will you want to call it a great achievement, despite her not winning any medal in all her previous attempts?
Well, based on the numbers, yes, it might be an achievement for her and a record too. At least it would be nice to have her name there as someone who has done it over and over and over and over again. So yes, that would be the achievement for her, writing her name in the history books. But in terms of a career that you want to say has been very successful, my answer would be no. It's not actually been a very great career internationally now in terms of course, the Olympics, where she's gone over and over again and you've not even been able to manage a medal. But ordinarily, based on the records, it's going to be a great achievement. No woman has done that. And I don't even know if maybe in the next few years would have another, maybe a few years would be maybe 10, 20, 15 years, because the Olympics is not something that comes every 1 year or every 2 years. So maybe in the next decade or 2 decades, we'll be able to see someone do the same. But for now, it's a record and it's a huge achievement for her. Being able to still do it at this age, most ladies should be in their husbands' houses, maybe having their third or fourth children. But, she's been able to push her body, even for male players, it's not very easy to push your body when you even get to your 30s, and she's been on and on. So I really think it's going to be a huge achievement for her. But in terms of the records, in terms of the results, you can't be going to all these Olympics and you've
7 times
a medal, but you look at her performance globally, she's just coasting along, world rankings, she's down there, 170 something in the rankings. She's just coasting along. But the truth is, when it comes to Nigeria and Africa, it's a record. And for that reason alone, she should be very, very proud of herself.
She should be proud of herself. Back to you, Emeka. Team Nigerian captain and the 15th ranked player at the Olympics, Aruna Quadri, is set to take the center stage again. The last time he came out as a quarter finalist, that was the best ever ranked. I think yes.
Performance
ever for an African player.
Yeah,
no other African has done that.
Yes.
So, what do you expect from him going into Tokyo 2020 Olympics?
Unlike before, we saw that coming in 2016. Before then, I think in 2014 was even voted the ITTF Player of the Year globally. As a matter of fact, 2 years down the line, he qualified for the Olympics. Got to the quarterfinals, setting that record for an African player in the sport of table tennis. But between then and now, it looks like his stock has gone down. If you ask me, yes, he's still African number one, no doubt. But Aruna Quadri barely qualified for the Olympics. He was chosen. He qualified because of his ranking. He didn't. The tournaments he went for, he couldn't make it from the tournaments. So that's to tell you how stiff things have been for him in terms of trying to get to Tokyo. Luckily for him, he's amongst the top 16 players in the world, and eventually picks that qualification spot via a white card, as it were. Good one for him. But I perhaps I will celebrate it if he gets to the quarterfinal again. It's not a sport that we are predominantly known for. Yeah, exactly. It's a sport that belongs to the Chinese, the Asians, the Germans, as it were. So let's see what he's able to do again this time around. But I don't see him going better than he did last time. He hasn't been impressive lately, if you ask me. But what do I know? The Olympics are around the corner already. Let's wait and see how it pans out.
The miracles happen, and he could just surpass that and get to the semi-final.
It will be massive for us, honestly.
And for Africa.
It will be another record,
Yes.
We like celebrating this type of petty records without without coming back with the medals. Just go there, get to the quarterfinal, you're a record holder already. Go get to the semi-finals, you break your own record, and but ultimately we want our athletes to go there and win. But it doesn't look like it will come from Aruna Quadri in table tennis.
Okay, Superman. Olajide Omotayo said it was tough qualifying for the games and is hopeful of getting a medal or something to have a great outing. Do you think it's possible from him? He's not the Aruna Quadri we know. Can he do that?
Well, a great outing. He didn't tell you he's going to get the medal. So
a great outing is to do where maybe you never can tell any medal can just come up.
Well, absolutely yes. If you look at his place and performance, the rankings, everything, 92nd in the world. He's just one of those players. It's just like you having. If he probably even gets to the quarterfinals, it would be a surprise to the tennis world that Omotayo got to that level. So but. If he says he would have a great time, then he would have a great time. It could be maybe just going as far as he can get, But ordinarily, I'm not sure any Nigerian is having high hopes on the man, because if you look at Aruna Quadri himself, Emeka here just said something that it would be massive if he gets to the quarter. He didn't say if he wins a medal, if he gets to the semi-final. So then you're looking at the next man who we are not even thinking about. So I think for me, having a great time could just be finishing, maybe getting past the first 2 rounds and then packing your bags. Maybe you get to that level, you believe you improve next time. But everybody's eyes when it comes to tennis would be on Aruna Quadri. And Aruna Quadri that we're looking at, we're not even expecting a medal from him. We're just expecting him to probably do what he did last time, or even do better. We saw the man at the WTT event in Doha, where he almost matched the same. Okay, one of those names now, maybe not the same. One of those names now, Ling Yun Lee or something from Japan, actually took him out. 3-1 it ended. We thought he was even going to have a comeback there. But what that tells us is one, Aruna Quadri might not exactly be the man who actually got to the quarterfinals the last time. And that should actually make us to be really careful in terms of our expectations. He might probably not even get to that quarterfinals. If you look at his previous record, at least in the last 12 months, like even the tournament I mentioned, it might give you an idea of what the man is at the moment in terms of form. And don't forget, when it comes to big tournaments, form is important.
So from what you guys have said, it means that we don't have any medal hopeful. So I will leave that out. So going straight to badminton, where Nigeria qualified for the first time in 12 years as they entered 3 badminton players for each of the following events into the Tokyo Olympics. Godwin Oluwafo and Ano Oluwapo Opoyori in the men's double, with Dorcas Adesokan on the women's side, topped the field of the badminton players from Africa to lock the places in the Nigerian sport in their respective events, based on the Badminton World Federation race to Tokyo rankings. Emeka, another sport we are not so used to here in the country. After 12 years, again, we qualified back to the Olympics. What do you make of this?
Well, I won't say we are not used to it in the country. In the country we are used to it. In Africa, we are equally very dominant these days. These are all African champions in their respective categories. Ano Oluwakbo and Dorcas Adeshokon. They are even rated number 1 in Africa, both of them in the men's and women's singles event, as it were. Here in Port Harcourt, we saw them dominate proceedings, beat their counterparts from Mauritius. When the African Championships was hosted here in Port Harcourt just a few years ago. But we're looking at a very, very big stage. Massive one for these lads. They haven't been there before. This is the first time we're qualifying for
after 12 years.
After 12 years, and even the last time we qualified, we didn't win anything. Badminton has not given us a medal before, in the Olympics history. So it's not like I'm trying to downplay their abilities or what they are capable of doing out there in Tokyo. But you look at the track record, it doesn't tell good. But come on, the good thing is that the 58 athletes that will be representing us here, there's even one again coming in from swimming, making it 59 or so. Yeah. They are not necessarily going there to all come back with 59 medals. Trust me.
Yeah.
Not, some of them know that they're wrestling, but for the others, let's just let them go there and enjoy themselves. I'm not thinking. I don't think that at the end of the day that badminton will give us any sort of medal. I will be pleasantly surprised if it happens that way.
So, okay. Moving straight to canoeing, where Ayomide Emmanuel Bello qualified for the single boat event in the women's C1 200 meters for the games by winning gold medal at the 2019 African Games in Rabat, Morocco, making her Nigeria's first female Olympic debutant in the event. The 17-year-old won the C1 200 event at Africa Tokyo 2020 qualifiers in Morocco. She also won gold in the C2 women's final with her partner at the event in Rabat. In 2018, Ayomide competed at the Youth Olympics in Argentina, where she wasn't able to win a medal. Nigeria's only previous Olympic canoeist is 30-year-old Warrington-born Jonathan Akiyemi, who who competed at the London 2012 and Rio 2016 Olympics. Going to you, Superman. Superman, we have water in this country. We are blessed with that.
Water.
But you see, this is the first time a female will representing Nigeria at the Olympics at the age of 17. I think it's a huge one, right, for this lady.
It's huge. If you follow that story, it's really huge. But she looked like a very big talent. Look at what she's done already. I mean, gold medals in Africa. The African Games won like 4. You could even mention I think it's in the Summer Games where she didn't come back with anything. But ordinarily, she's been showing lots of promises. Like you mentioned, when it comes to the resources of...
we have water.
Okay, we have... No, we even have... we have people who use the canoes and what have you that paddle around, but the thing is we don't take it seriously, and what you don't take seriously will not give you a serious result.
You can't
That's
get value
the truth.
from it.
Yes, we have waters for swimmers. We have swimmers everywhere. You go to your village, you see people swimming, but we're not taking it seriously. We're just doing it for fun. So if you take it seriously, that's when it produces a result. We have golfers around us, don't we? But even old men who play golf, but when it comes to the championship, it's the young ones who win it because they pay some attention to it. But ordinarily, I'm expecting a good outing for her. I'm not expecting a medal, to be sincere, but for the sake of, like Emeka said, participation, and we have a name that has actually tasted it. Like I said, she's showed lots of promises. I would be shocked if she gets a medal, but I'll be super excited. And I would not also forget the fact that she's shown promises, but I'm not expecting too much from her. A good timeout would be fine.
Emeka, going into this one, she has been able to at least rock Africa, which has come out with gold medals. Do you expect anything from her over there in the global event?
I wish she was going for an African Games, or maybe a continental championship here in Africa. You would have stocked up her chances very well, because she has done well, even qualifying in the African Games, in the Olympic qualifiers. She did excellently well. But come on, we are going to where she will now compete with some of the finest athletes in the world. Some of the finest athletes in the world. So at the end of the day, it looks like her chances are very slim, and she's a young star, 17 years of age. Pretty inexperienced when it comes to competition at that level. You talked about the fact that in the Youth Olympics in Argentina, she couldn't win anything. So now I think it's a learning curve for her. The good thing is that age is on her side. Even if she doesn't win this time around, the next 3 years now, because the next Olympics comes in 3 years, she will be better prepared. She will be more experienced. She would have garnered experience from participating in Tokyo, and we hope she will do better going forward. But can you rule her out completely? We don't even know what she's bringing to the table. I haven't watched her before, so it's difficult to even say this is how she does her thing. This is who she's going to face and all that, and we don't really know what she brings to the table as a matter of fact. But let's see how it goes. More like a 50-50 kind of thing. We don't know too much about this lady, and we hope she's able to just go there, enjoy herself, and do her best to see what will come out at the end of the day.
We wait to see that. So moving over to leaving other sports to the men Olympic football results, where Brazil were 4-2 winners over Germany, and Egypt had a 1-0 draw with Spain, and Mexico were 4-1 winners over France. New Zealand were better than North Korea in a 1-0 encounter, and Ivory Coast were able to get it right against Saudi Arabia with a 2-1 victory. We had Argentina losing to Australia 2-0. We also had host Japan had a good start with a 1-0 win over South Africa, and Honduras were beaten by Romania 1-0. Superman, it's not a bad day for the African teams. You could see Ivory Coast able to get it better over Saudi Arabia, and you see Egypt drew with Spain, the almighty Spain. What do you make of it?
Well, we have not been as woeful like we are at the World Cup when it comes to the Olympics. We've had Cameroon, we've had Nigeria, who have both given it a good shot. We did it in 1996, Cameroon in Sydney. We could talk about all that, So our performance when it comes to the Olympics is not really bad. The only problem we have is pushing it to the other level now, which is the World Cup. But the part I'm a bit concerned is the result I saw. Zambia versus Who beat Zambia?
Netherlands. That was in the women's event.
Yes, you know, that's my own part. The part I'm really concerned about. The way we qualify for these things, I don't know, but it's not our fault. We're actually knocked out of it. There's no doubt about that. But I feel Africa did not send her strongest legs in that particular area. But then again, like you mentioned, in the male category, we're doing well enough. Let's see how it goes. It's just the early days. But the countries that are there are countries that are capable of maybe doing well. If Nigeria has done it before, Cameroon, these teams also, Egypt and Ivory Coast, and the others can also do the same.
Okay, it's a wrap on the Olympic segment, so we'll continue the show with our MPFL stories.
Feel the magic in the air.
Feel the magic in the air. Magic system. Red one, Shawty. Feel the magic in the air.
All right, I'm sure you're feeling the magic in the air. Okay, what do you make of the chances of he has 16 goals now in the MPFL? And elsewhere, MFM FC defeated Plateau United 3-1 and ended goalless between Sunshine Stars and Katsina United. 3 more matches to go today. Yes, we have 3 matches today. Dakada FC up against Adamawa United. FC Fanyoba take on Enyimba Ninewi, and Kwara United will play host to Wiki Tourist. Okay? We'll talk about the table in a jiffy, but Superman, let me get your thoughts. Aqua United, impressive performance from them
in the MPFL for any team, and just 4 games left. Come on, they're almost there. Just win one more match, and maybe we'll be talking about just win the next game,
so
and we should be talking about handing them the trophy.
All right, quickly on the chasing pack, result didn't go their way at all. Rivers United lost. Kano Pillars were beaten 2-0 in
Nassau United
were also beaten by Lobby Stars 3-2, playing into the hands of Aqua United.
Emeka, in the top 5, nothing changed apart from Eyimba that did not play their own game yesterday. They'll be playing today. It feels like maybe they're tired of chasing Aqua United. For them, although you know when it comes to the ending of these games now, away at home, when you play away from your home, you are not sure of getting all 3 points. The best you could get could be like a point, but this time they couldn't do it. But a good one for Nassau United. They started, they led. You could see even the highest goal scorer, Silas Wanko, got 2 goals. I feel that's the positive they could take. Yes, the table did not change, but somehow it reduces the pressure you have on Aqua United. Now 6 points clear. Depending on what comes out from the Eyimba game, it could change anything. But I feel Aqua United might just be runaway leaders. Emeka, I tell you.
All right, more on that to come. In the meantime, let's go to the newsroom to bring you the news in 60 on the show this afternoon.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
The need to ensure that competent and qualified candidates are admitted into Nigerian universities and cross-validate the scores of candidates in the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination conducted by the Joint Administration and Matriculation Board are some of the reasons given by public tertiary institutions to justify the introduction of the post-UTME. The newly elected national president of ASU, Emmanuel Osodeke, has disclosed that attracting foreign students and lecturers would help to bring about competitiveness and improve the standard of education in Nigeria. And on the foreign scene, an American
This is Today FM. Developing News 95.1.
Please listen to this developing story. Chief Magistrate Rita Ogogo of a magistrate court sitting in Port Harcourt has led officials of the Rivers State Judiciary Security Agency and councils representing the parties to visit the gap, to increase the gap at the top to 6 points with just 4 match days left. But Enyimba can reduce that gap today if they beat Ifeanyoba away from home. There's a big if there. Ifeanyoba nearly beat Enyimba in Aba. Superman, Ifeanyoba versus Enyimba in Nnewi. Do you think the People's Elephants can get anything from that one?
It would be hard. The Ifeanyoba side are struggling for their lives. You don't want to face a drowning man. Try to even rescue him.
That was what I said about the Jigawa Golden Stars game yesterday. Yes.
Yeah. So it would be really challenging. Ifeanyoba have 34 points from 33 games. They're seated 18th on the log. That's the last 4 teams. In case you don't exactly know, for those listening, who go down. To the National League, and it's not exactly what an Ifeanyoba side heavily sponsored before, because these days I hear that things have changed. They're no longer exactly serious. Maybe if the owner becomes a governor or something, it might change. But for now, I think it's going to be challenging for Enyimba, and it's a derby. Outside the fact that it's a derby, they faced Enyimba at home some weeks back or months back.
Just a question of about a month ago or so.
Enyimba struggled against this team and managed to just even, it ended in a draw.
Yeah, 2-0 draw. They led Enyimba 2-0 in Aba with 12 minutes to the end of the game.
I think it's
Enyimba to draw that match 2-2.
It's going to be challenging, but maybe Emeka, the Enyimba side, will understand the massiveness of the game and decide to give it its best, and something might come out of
it. So there's an issue here. Yesterday, Rivers United were beaten by Jigawa Golden Stars 2-1. It ended. But in that match, we understand that Jigawa Golden Stars featured a player that was supposed to be suspended counter. His name is Richard Christopher. He wears jersey number 8. We understand that he was eventually featured for in that encounter against Rivers United. Now, after the match against Enyimba in Aba, he picked up a 5th yellow card this season. So for accumulation of yellow cards, the LMC wrote to the club Jigawa Golden Stars that the player in question was supposed to miss the next match, which was the one against Rivers United yesterday. And from what we gathered, the player eventually featured in that encounter yesterday. So it depends on the excuse coming from Jigawa Golden Stars. Like Enyimba did in 2017 when Ibenebu was not supposed to play a match against, I think it was Niger Tornadoes or so. He played that match and they said they didn't get the email. But come on, that's what it is. If Rivers United can pursue this case, they can get 3 points from this match.
Possibly, but this is the MPFL, and the music always plays differently from the script. But somehow, I think if they pursue it really, something might come out of it, but I doubt. I think it will just be 4 games to the end of the season. We might be chasing this thing, and the games, we finish the 4 games, then we are still chasing it, report after report. Then at some point, even Rivers United will get tired and start preparing for the next season.
Okay, so let's see what comes out. I'm sure they would have reported to the LMC, because we have the letter sent by the LMC to Jigawa Golden Stars notifying them of the fact that their player Richard Christopher was supposed to miss the match yesterday against Rivers United, but from what we heard, he played that match. So we'll wait and see. We'll be monitoring proceedings and we'll see how that one eventually pan out. But in the meantime, let's let you know how the table looks like after match day 34. Even though there are still 3 matches to be played today. Upper United are top with 64 points. They are no longer closely followed these days. They are in second place. We have Nasarawa United with 58 points. So Aqua enjoy a 6-point advantage. Kano Pillars are also in third with 58 points as well. Enyimba are fourth with 57 points. Enyimba needs a win to close the gap to just 4 points and enter the top 3 as well. A draw will still see them left on 4th position, because Kano Pillars and Nasarawa United both have better goal difference than Enyimba, and Rivers United are 5th on the table with 56 points from 34 matches. Isn't the continental hopes of Rivers United from the league, are they over?
Emeka, I want to say somehow it seems likely that it's over, but you won't say no. You won't say it that way, because this is the MPFL. Anything could happen. You could see yesterday game, the 2 second and third position, they lost their game. They couldn't get any points. Rivers United could capitulate on that, but I feel going into the ITO Cup, they've been doing so. Now it's something more of Stanley Eguma thinking, should I just continue with the ITO Cup? Should I put all my men into this and see us getting a continental slot, or I fight for the slot through the league? it's a difficult call for him at this point now. Losing away from home, yes, we didn't expect them so much to win. Whenever they travel away from, you could see they even lost to Adamawa United when they still traveled. It's not an easy one from our teams over here to go to the north and get all 3 points, but it's more of a problem now to Stanley Eguma. Should I face on the ITO Cup or should I face on the league? Because both are important, but each of them will give you a continental slot. And looking at the table, it doesn't look so rosy too for them, because you get to see a Nasarawa United side. They have a proven forward in name of Silas Nwankwo that is sure of always giving them those goals. Even Kanu Pillars, yes, they have not been doing so well when they go away from home. Apart from Eyimba, that have been the best when you go away from home, they've gathered all points. I feel now Stanley Eguma has to think either I play, but it's Emeka, I want to pity a little for the Rivers United side. Now they're playing again during the weekend to Niger Tornadoes. They've been playing that tomorrow, Cup, and they just did, and they've not had good result coming from a defeat. I wonder how it would pan out for them, because knowing that Niger Tornadoes, when it comes to the ITO Cup, they are regular names. We know how much they get to this. Last time they were in the finals. This time we just help. I hope Rivers United could make it better this time, so that they could get a slot, because I doubt they will make a continental slot through the league. I feel the ITO Cup now is their best chance.
All right, things are not looking pretty at all for the likes of Adamawa United, who are still bottom of the table. Ifeanyi Warri Wolves and Sunshine Stars dropped to the relegation zone yesterday, right? Superman. Okay, let me just
after Jigawa Golden Stars win.
Yes, Sunshine Stars are now in the relegation zone. Back there, they used to be there before they left, but now they're back in the relegation zone. Things are not looking up for them. One day we'll dedicate time to talk about the relegation battles and what have you. But in the meantime, let's let you know that Nigeria captain and Kano Pillars forward Ahmed Musa has agreed to join Turkish Super League club Fatih Karagümrük. Have you heard that name before? That's where he's going to play his football now. Okay, according to Turkish online news hub Mielet, the modest club will announce his arrival later this week. We hear he has agreed personal terms already with the club, and the question of time, the man will be officially unveiled as the player of the side. Superman, good or bad move? After all the big teams in Turkey, we are linked to him. Talking about Galatasaray, Besiktas, Fenerbahce, all linked to him, but he decides to go to a modest side in Fatih Karagümrük.
Well, Emeka, it depends on how you look at it. Maybe based on funds and money, it might be a good move, because Kano Pillars cannot pay him what Fatih would pay him. So yes, on that premise, but on the premise of our national team and his career, I don't think it's a good move at all. The same way we neglect, because I said it last week, that watch it. The man who now plays for Onyeka will now be of Brentford, will now be a mainstay in the Super Eagles. We should also consider doing the same thing to Musa. You go to a league we don't understand, or a club we don't really understand, we also think of maybe
we keep you one side.
No. All right, let's talk about other transfer stories. Isn't Chelsea have spoken to the agent of Bayern Munich and Poland striker Robert Lewandowski, who is 32 years of age, about a possible move to the Stamford Bridge. The Bild is reporting that one via the Sun.
It's a good move from Chelsea's side. Robert Lewandowski, with all his experience, a proven goal scorer. If he comes, we're able to land him to be a good signing for the side. But these are all things we are not yet sure. You could even Haaland, they've gone for Haaland, brought Haaland. But still, we are not sure. They don't want to sell him, and that's a big money cash. I doubt if any club will want to make that kind of signing now.
All right. Elsewhere, Paris Saint-Germain is interested in the Manchester United's France midfielder Paul Pogba, but the French club will need to sell players first there. For Pogba to PSG. PSG are looking very good already.
Well, I don't think it's going to happen. I just think it's one of those speculations because they've already gotten some names. Yes, they're still going out for players, but who will you sell? Who do you want to let go? They're struggling to keep Kylian. Kylian is the biggest thing now that can leave, and you say, okay, you've actually created a space for like 3 or 4 players or 2 or 3 players to join up with the team. So I don't think it's going to happen. They want to keep Kylian. It will be hard to get a Pogba who might cost you around £100 million.
All right, now time to go to the phone lines to hear from you. In the meantime, Dutch football and Louis van Gaal, we understand they have sealed the deal for Van Gaal to return to coach the national team again. I don't know what to make of that one. Louis van Gaal going back to coach the national team. He's been there before now. He took them to the World Cup in 2014 in Brazil. Yes, exactly.
Got to the semi-finals.
Yes, exactly.
And crashed out.
I really think it's a good match.
Okay.
I don't know how far it will take them, but
he's no longer young. This is 69 years of age. Van Gaal, a Champions League winner with Ajax back in the day. Well, let's see how it pans out. Quickly, let's go to the phone lines to hear from you guys this afternoon on the show. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510 951. That's 0810 9510 951. And of course, you can also send us your messages via text or WhatsApp to 07019339962. Please keep it short, sweet, and simple. Okay, we don't have too much time this afternoon, so we want to take your calls as many as we can before we leave. Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the First Live.
I greet you.
Greet you too. What's your name?
My name is Innocent. I'm from Port.
Good to have you on the show. Talk to us.
Please, Enimba match against Ifeanyoba, I don't know. I'm just saying. Enimba, I don't know what's happening to this period of time. Enimba is my darling team. I don't know. I'm just praying for them to do well this evening. Honestly.
All right. You're praying for Enimba to do well this evening against Ifeanyoba. Okay. Thank you so much for your call. We see how that one will pan out. Enimba taking on Ifeanyoba by 4 p.m. in Nnewi. Okay, sorry, we lost that one. Do well to call us back if you can. Aqua United 6 points clear at the top of the table with 4 matches to go. Do you see them clinching the title? Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon, Emeka.
Good afternoon to you. Today's Sports Live, your name and the location.
My name is Fortune. I'm calling from Uzoba.
Fortune, let's hear you.
Yeah. Emeka, I think the likes of Rivers United, National United, and the rest of them, the Kano Pillars, they are making it easy for
Aqua United.
Aqua United. Yes. But I tell you, I am still very happy with my darling Enimba, because I know that a win today, we put that pressure on Aqua United. I tell you the truth.
Even if Enimba wins Ifeanyoba, Aqua will still be 4 points clear. 4 points clear at the top of the table.
I tell you, if Enimba should win away today, it will keep Aqua United on a very good, pressure. It will let them understand that somebody is teaching them. Because right now, if Enimba fail, to win today, then they can say that is their own. But
all right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Hello. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to today's Sports Live.
What is the position of Abia Warriors?
Abia Warriors, they are just above the relegation zone. They are, I think, 13th or 14th on the table. They are just above the relegation zone. Yes, Abia Warriors are not doing very well this season, you know.
Okay, thank you.
Abia Warriors are actually placed 14th on the table. Yes, 14th on the table with 41 points now. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your call. We'll go to the next line. Oops, we lost that one. Superman, I'm sure we'll have some messages coming through.
Congratulations, Aqua United. Rivers United lost it all on Sunday. Up Heartland, scientific footballers, Akandiegu, in the voice of Obinna. Okay, I wonder
that will only come from him.
They are at the moment. This one says, what afternoon sports crew, congratulations to Aqua United. I doubt if Rivers United can qualify for CAF competition since they failed in picking points from the bottom clubs. Mordecai Time texting in, what will be the fate of clubs that are still in the ITO Cup competition should the organizers fail to meet up the deadline provided by CAF to submit club names, or would the deadline be extended by
They will not fail, don't worry, they will meet up. I took up this quarter-final stage already now.
This one says, good afternoon to all. I think the league is done and dusted. Aqua is the champion. As for Rivers United, they should fight for third place. Skifu Peru is my name from Meche. That was all this from the WhatsApp portal. Let's move on to the text message portal. This one says, MPFL are making things hard for players. How can club play games on Wednesday, on Friday, play another game Sunday, you play again? You know how good our road is. This one says, good day sports crew, led by Emeka. Please, may I know Rangers' 3 remaining opponents, Jude, Nathaniel, and lastly, there is... Okay, this is not for us.
All right, let's go back to the phone. Let's take a few more calls and we'll leave here. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Faithful Faith, good afternoon to you. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. This is about Aqua United. I think they are going to win the league this season. I think these other clubs, what they are just doing, they are just distracting Aqua United. At the end of the day, these people to make it. And Rivers United, I think their only chance is only with the ITO Cup.
Okay.
I don't see them having anyone with the league.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you so much, Faith. Hello. Oops, Sorry, we lost that call. If it thinks Aqua United will win the league and Rivers United have a good chance through the ITO Cup. Let's see if we can take one last call and we're out of here. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Welcome to Today's Sports Live.
Okay, my name is Calabar Boy calling from Choba.
All right, let's hear you.
Later, it changed my mind, my heart, when a popular, regular caller once in a while called Aqua United the Tottenham of Nigeria EPL. So I have been listening to hear him call back. I think he has not. I don't know whether we have to recharge him. I want to tell him that Aqua United is not the Tottenham of Nigeria Professional Football League.
Let them win first now.
Aqua United, Manchester United. Glory, glory, glory.
All right, thank you so much, Calabar Boy. They are talking tough now, the Aqua United fans. The team is doing pretty well. 6 points clear on the top of the table. They are about to win their first ever league title. Let's see how that one pans out. And that's the most you can take. Many thanks to Isn't for putting the package together. And of course, we have Superman here as well. Not forgetting you out there for tuning in to listen to the show. Join us same time tomorrow by 3 p.m. for the fun special edition of Today's Sports Live. Before then, 7:30 will be coming your way with Sports Attack. And until then, have yourselves a wonderful day out there and keep it locked on this dial. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Morakozi.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hello and good day. My name is O.C. Dirisu. In today's edition on Business Talks, we will be talking about wealth creation in financial trading. It's no secret that the world is changing, and it's changing so fast, especially in the areas of business, health, aviation, and tourism. As we all know, there have been a massive movement and innovation from brick and mortar way of doing business to a more secure, swift, and intelligent way of doing business online. Scope Markets Nigeria is organizing an e-trading entrepreneur conference to educate people on the business opportunities available in the online world. In the studio with me today are two serial online entrepreneurs and professional e-traders. With years of experience in trading in the financial markets, they have organized hundreds of seminars and trainings where they inform and educate people on how to generate a more sustainable wealth flow in financial trading. In the studio with me today is Ms. Halimat Momor and Mr. Ephraim Okorodudu. Yes, great to have you guys in the studio with me right now.
It's good to be here with you.
Good to be here.
Okay, great. So let's just jump right into it. So I'm curious to know about your company, Scope Markets.
Scope Markets is a global online trading company that provides premium trading conditions to online traders looking for that trading edge. Scope Market has been in the online financial industry for over 9 years. Our head office is in Europe with operational offices in Vietnam, South Africa, Mexico, Kenya, and here in Nigeria. Also, we are the official trading partner of West Ham Football Club in London. Our sole aim is to provide Nigerians with an unmatched educational standard needed for them to achieve their financial goals in financial trading.
Okay, that's absolutely fantastic, especially the fact that you guys are the partners of West Ham United Football Club in London. So please let us know what is financial trading.
Now, financial trading simply means buying and selling a financial asset over an electronic platform in bid to make profit. The other day, someone actually told me that, they're actually interested in buying cocoa, but they don't have a warehouse so they could actually store this cocoa. And I'm like, you don't need a warehouse. You know, financial trading gives you the flexibility, the ability to actually trade cocoa, buy and sell cocoa over an electronic platform. Okay, so in financial trading, you could also trade in currencies like euro, the American dollar, the Japanese yen, and also in shares, Uber, Tesla, Facebook shares, and in precious metals like gold, silver, and other commodities like cocoa, wheat, and soybean.
Okay, that's great. It's a known fact that the world is changing, especially when it comes to the area of doing business. So there's been a lot of red flags in regards to some online businesses, especially in Nigeria, with a lot of people saying, there are a bunch of Ponzi schemes and people do not want to actually put their money into, anything that has to do with, online trading. But which brings me to my question. How is your own business different from the rest?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. We all know that most of all these online businesses in the country that has red flags are businesses that have actually promised people ridiculous amounts of money in terms of investment. Well, you should know that Scope Market actually doesn't stand for that. We are a very firm believer of education, and we make sure that we give you the right education to equip you for you to be self-sufficient in this business, right? And you should also know that Scope Market has been in Nigeria for over 5 years. We have an office in Lagos, a physical office in Lagos, and we're looking at actually opening more offices in major cities in the country.
That's actually fantastic, owing largely to the fact that you guys are doing your due diligence, so people would actually know that you guys are not any of the numerous Ponzi schemes that we see online right now. So why should anyone think of becoming a financial trader?
Okay, financial trading business gives you the flexibility to do so many things at the same time. Financial trading also gives you flexibility to trade from anywhere in the world. Financial trading ensures financial freedom, no boss, no employees, no competition, unlimited profit potentials, low startup capital, and so many other reasons why I know that one should definitely begin to think about having skills in financial trading.
Okay, I'm looking forward to having a skill in financial trading right now, because everything I'm hearing, from no bosses to no employees, no competition, unlimited profit capital, unlimited profit potential right now. All right, so how can Scope Markets help people in acquiring this skill, and how long does it take for one to become a skillful trader when it comes to the area of financial trading? So does it take like a year or like a month, or I can jump in today and by tomorrow, I start, getting that unlimited financial profit?
Well, not that fast. You see, the skill of financial trading is just like any other profession, like that of lawyers, engineers, doctors, and programmers, which would actually require within 5 to 7 years, 5 to 7 years before one can actually be called a professional in that field. But in financial trading, you need just weeks or months to actually learn and master the skill. And once you have mastered it, it's actually a skill that can guarantee you a steady means of income for the rest of your life. And that is why Scope Market is organizing the E-Trading Entrepreneur Conference, where we will be educating and informing individuals on how they can learn the skill of financial trading.
Okay, so what should participants expect to learn at the E-Trading Entrepreneurs Conference?
At this conference, we are going to be educating participants on the basics of financial trading, what is being traded in the financial markets, how money is being made in financial trading, how to become a profitable trader, the types of trader you can be to ensure that it doesn't affect your day-to-day activity. Most importantly, we will be having an interactive session where participants will get to interact with our experienced trainers and other professional traders. So, you see, it's a well-packed, informative and educative conference.
I'm sure our listeners want to know the type of tools and degrees required for one to become an e-trader, because it sounds, so complex and so complicated right now. Maybe a PhD in finance.
No, not at all. It's actually very, very simple. Now, the beauty of this business is one needs absolutely no degree or qualification to become an e-trader. All you need is an internet-enabled device, which could either be a laptop, an Android phone, or a tablet. Right? So even if you're a business person, a business owner, a housewife, or whatever walks of life you actually find yourself in, you can actually become an e-trader as long as you have the zeal to create wealth for yourself and you're willing to learn. And that is all one needs, you see, zeal and willingness.
Okay, so zeal and willingness right now, that is what one needs to actually become a certified e-trader. So I'm very sure that a conference of this magnitude will require a huge amount of money before one can attend.
Not at all. Actually, Scope Market is bearing the cost of organizing this event, and we expect that people would take advantage of this rare opportunity.
That is absolutely wonderful. So tell us, what do participants stand to get at this conference?
Okay, at this event, we'll be opening a free e-trading account for all participants, also crediting that account with a 100% e-trading bonus, which is equivalent to 100,000 naira to kickstart your journey in financial trading. We will be providing all participants with educational material and certificates of attendance signed by our global CEO.
Those are wonderful offers. I'm sure our listeners are eager to know where and when this conference will be taking place.
All right, this conference will be holding right here in Port Harcourt for just one day. And the date is Wednesday, the 28th of July, 2021. And the time will be from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Martel Hotel, number 91 Stadium Road, adjacent Mommy B Junction. I repeat the address again. The Martel Hotel, number 91 Stadium Road, adjacent Mommy B Junction. For seat reservation, all you need to do is send the word PH to 080956782 8252. I repeat, for seat reservation, send the word PH to 08095678252. So what are you waiting for? Register now by texting PH to 08095678252.
Okay, so tell us where your office is located.
Well, we actually have an office in Lagos, and it's at plot 1, block 8, Memunat Ayojete Crescent by Etola Avenue, just the road beside First Bank bus stop in Oregun, Ikeja.
Okay, great. So thank you so much, Alimat and Ephraim. It's been absolutely fantastic having you guys here, and also letting our listeners know so much as regards financial trading, how they can get involved in financial trading, and what tools and skills they actually need to get involved as well.
Okay, so nice being here with you, OC.
Okay, cool. Okay, nice one, guys. So time, as they say, waits for nobody, and the best time to start planning for a stable financial future is today. So all you need to do right now, register and be at this conference. Thank you so much for listening. Till we come your way again next time.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening, here's the news update at 4 p.m. and today 95.1 FM. I am Kalada Kurubatibo. One person has sustained injuries with a building destroyed as fire erupted due to illegal refining in Rumekini community, Obiako local government area of River State. Today's FM correspondent, Priye Uzogu, who spoke to OSPAC commander of the community, or in the community, John Chinda, said that the owner of the illegal refining site could not be found. Other residents lamented the inability of the fire service unit in the state to respond to their emergency calls. They also called for an investigation into the operation of an illegal refinery in the residential areas. Chief Magistrate Rita Ogugo of a magistrate court sitting in Port Harcourt has led officials of the River State Judiciary Security Agency and councils representing the parties to visit the University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital to ascertain the report about the set of twin babies who are reported to have been deposited at the UPTH mortuary. On the last adjourned date, the court ordered parties involved in the matter to be ready to visit the mortuary to gather information about the depositing of the set of twin babies who reportedly died and were deposited by the police after they were brought to the police clinic by a Coco Homes Foundation. The court also ordered that the staff of the Imo State Correctional Center, Chidima Maduka, should appear in court to give details of the twins. Dennis Chimeze and Favor Uche, who are prime suspects in the trafficking matter, have been in custody and will know their fate on bail application after a report from the mortuary. Today, FM's Uche Ndwejowo, who is on the convoy of the Chief Magistrate, Rita Ogugo, reports that the team just arrived UPTH and is having a special court session at the teaching hospital. Yoruba Nation activist Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, has arrived at Court d'Appel de Cotonou, Benin or Benin Republic. Igboho was arrested around Monday. Igboho was arrested on Monday by the International Criminal Police Organization at the Kajohun Airport in Cotonou, may be tried for immigration-related offenses. The activist and his wife, Ropo, were arrested at the airport when they wanted to catch a flight to Germany. Many Yoruba-speaking supporters of the activist were seen in the court premises this afternoon. Meanwhile, the acting national leader of the Pan-Yoruba socio-political group, Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo, has described the activities and actions of the President Muhammadu Buhari administration as anti-democracy. Adebanjo made the assertion when he was responding to questions on the arrest and extradition of Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, on a television program monitored from Port Harcourt. The Afenifere leader and the current administration of the federal government has failed to deal decisively with the criminals causing insecurity in the country, negotiate with them, but is witch-hunting separationists fighting for their right. He added that the actions of the present administration sprang Igboho's reaction. Speaking on the extradition of Igboho from Cotonou, Adebanjo said political refugees are not extradited in democratic countries, knowing that the life of the person in question is unsafe in their country. He added that the group can hardly make a move to help Igboho as they will be targeted by the federal government. The Prosecutor General's office in Madagascar said it foiled an assassination attempt on President Andry Rajoelina and arrested several foreign and Malagasy suspects. 2 French people are among several arrested in the Indian Ocean island nation on Tuesday as part of an investigation for undermining state security. Several foreign and Madagascar nationals were arrested on Tuesday, July 20, as part of an investigation into an attack on state security. During the country's Independence Day celebrations on June 26, the military announced that they had foiled an assassination attempt on their boss, who is also the president's right-hand man, General Richard Ravalomanana. And that was the news update at 4 on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands on the regular with soap on the running water. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Good evening. I am Kalada Kurubatubo.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race with deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
Yeah! The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Stand, greet.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. You're welcome to Jagbajantis High School. My name is Sound Sultan, your new mathematics teacher. By the way, do you understand Pidgin English? Yes, sir. Okay, now what we go use this for? Okay, carry your paper. Them for my class. People of this world, them plenty. Sins of this people, many. So many. Many times plenty, multiplier. Many times plenty, multiplier. Multiply the answer you get now waiting, they make poor man they cry. The answer you get now waiting, they make rich man they mess and leaders they lie. The answer you get now waiting, they make young boys and girls join party gang. Answer you get now waiting, they make innocent man rot inside the jail. Get it, and then no green to grant and bail. Get it, oh. Everybody, oh yeah, join Jagbajantis, make we solve mathematics. We did our continent, so you both say about mass, we go use take solve mathematics. So follow Jagbajantis. So ya carry by before for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself,
O for objectivity.
Be objective, gentleman, lady.
D for democracy.
No matter how bad it is, never military.
Now M for modification.
Of our behavior, let's stand to the same behalf.
A accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take am easy.
S for solidarity.
Not every time divided, oh my shell.
We enter new millennium. Nigerians like 120 million. One population na 6 billion.
6 billion.
Divide that 1 by 120 million all together. Oh yeah.
All together.
The answer you get now waiting they make people they jar. Come on for Niger. Answer you get now waiting they make people want travel. By hook or by crook. The answer you get now waiting they make people they sleep for embassy for visa. Answer you get now waiting they make people they sell them property for ticket. Get it, get it. Then they travel see. Get it, get it. Oh, hey. Everybody, oh yeah,
join Jabberjatties, solve mathematics.
We need our continent. So,
Oyibo say, no partners,
we go use takes
solve mathematics. So follow Jabberjatties.
So ya carry by be for brotherhood.
Love your neighbor as yourself.
O for objectivity.
Be objective, gentleman, lady.
D for democracy.
No matter how bad it is, never military.
M for modification.
Of our behavior, let's stand to the same behalf.
A accountability.
If you've been a chop money, I beg you take am easy.
S for solidarity.
United we stand and divided, oh my shell.
You just the HSCity.
Shut it down.
And there's the VG City.
Shut it down.
Micro level for HSCity.
HSCity.
Richmond corner be VG City.
VG City.
You try add AJ and VG City all together. Oh yeah,
all together.
The way you see is the way I see. I was at my office when I had a call that has his bonnet somewhere. Unfortunately for me to reach, I saw that it's bunkering. We have searched for the owner, we couldn't see the man. We searched if there is anyone wound, we didn't see. But all we know, the one that remains, instead of you to leave it to still catch more fire, it is better we evacuate the remaining one. My own is to rescue. That is why I'm here. Then when I got to here, I had some people calling fire service, but no one responded. Okay. Automatically, people that is around is the people helping, if they can quit it.
All right, that's the voice of an OSPAC member who was at the scene of the fire incident this few hours ago. But today is Thursday. It's the Thursday's edition of the platform on radio. My name is Onyekachi, reporting for duty. Of course, you know how we do this thing. We serve you the menu. I'm sure you're set with your cutleries because the table is set. The dinner is set for you to come dine with us. My colleague, Priye Zogu, is in the studio with me, a while ago, reported live on this station. He told us what was happening at the scene of the incident, so we felt it is important for us to have him talk to us directly and tell us what really transpired. You know what we usually tell you on this program? We'll go behind the scene, we'll tell you the things that you didn't hear in our major bulletin, the thing that you didn't hear elsewhere. We'll bring you the details in the details, the news behind the news. That is what we will do today. Time check is just about 11 minutes after the hour of 4. My name still remains Onyekachi. So quickly, let's let you know what is on the menu today. One person sustained serious injury after a building was destroyed as fire erupted at an illegal refinery in Rumekini community, Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State. Some Port Harcourt residents accused petrol pump attendants of negligence in taking safety precaution while attending to customers in filling stations. Acting national leader of the Pan-Yoruba socio-political group, Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo, described the activities and actions of President Muhammadu Buhari administration as anti-democratic. Those are the menu today. The time is set, like I mentioned earlier. It's time for you to join us on the dining. Quickly, we'll go to the details of this story. One person was on Thursday afternoon seriously injured while a building was destroyed after fire erupted at an illegal refinery in Rumekini community, Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State. Today FM's correspondent Priye Iziogu, who spoke to OSPAC commander of the community, John Chinda, said that the owner of the illegal refining site could not be found. Let's take a listen to him again.
The way you see is the way I see. I was at my office when I had a call that has his burning somewhere. Unfortunately for me to reach, I saw that it's bunkering. We have searched for the owner, we couldn't see the man. We searched if there is anyone wound, we didn't see. But all we know, the one that remained, instead of you to leave it to still catch more fire, it is better we evacuate the remaining one. My own is to rescue. That is why I'm here. Then when I got to here, I had some people calling fire service, but no one responded. Automatically, people that is around is the people helping, if they can quit it.
In fact, the issue of them calling fire service and no response, I'm not sure. It's unfortunate, but then to some of us listening, it may not be news. This is Nigeria. That you called fire service, they didn't respond. I don't know if that is still news here, but that is unfortunately the situation we find ourselves in a country, or in our country called Nigeria. Yes, the other resident lamented the inability of the firefighter service unit in the state to respond to their emergency calls. They also called for an investigation into the operations of an illegal refinery in a residential building.
The way you see is the way I see. I was at my office when I had a call that has his burning somewhere. Unfortunately for me to reach, I saw that it's bunkering. We have searched for the owner, we couldn't see the man. We searched if there is anyone wound, we didn't see. But all we know, the one that remained, instead of you to leave it to still catch more fire, it is better we evacuate the remaining one. My own is to rescue. That is why I'm here. Then when I got to here, I had some people calling fire service, but no one responded. Automatically, people that is around is the people helping, if they can quit it.
This is where we are staying, and these other flames that are above that place, they are doing bunkering work. And actually today now, fire now came up and actually didn't affect our place. This particular company, they are doing a lot of bunkering work over there.
Fire service Port Harcourt, you understand? A lady answered and she said their trucks are bad. And it's really surprising because I think that is an emergency unit, you understand? They should be set at all times. So it's really surprising. See the kind of devastation that is happening, and they are not set for it. So we'll be wondering what kind of work they are doing at their offices.
Well, if you are wondering, some Nigerians may not be wondering like you are wondering. Of course, the fire was eventually put out, or people around there, sympathizers and residents around there, are trying to put out the fire on their own using water, detergent, and what other method that they know about. But we'll have Priya here. Priya was at the scene of the incident a short while ago. Priya, thank you for joining me on this program.
Good to know you, Ikachi.
Yes, tell us what transpired. How did we get to this point that we find ourselves? Bunkering, an illegal refining, an illegal refining going on in a residential area. How did we get to that point?
And funny enough, it's quite surprising that an environment where there is no pipeline or something, you could actually see such kind of site. Because if you go to the environment, you see drums of diesel and other crude oil products around the environment. I still saw sachet of diesel around the building, very close to the building as the fire was erupting. So it is crazy that in a residential environment we can still find such things. Good thing people within the environment could try. They put off the fire even with very difficult situation, because there was no even water around the environment. Like they sourced for water themselves. It was very bad to see that we're in a country that someone will call the fire service and they are saying their trucks are bad.
What about the owner of the building?
No, we have to be found, because basically he knew what was happening and he could be arrested. So he wasn't at the scene of the incident. He wasn't around the environment.
Were you able to speak? Did you see or did you cite the operators of this particular refinery?
Before I could get to the scene of the incident, they took out one of the victim, and I think that victim should be working in that illegal refinery, more like it's inside the building before the whole situation started. So, but he was taken to the hospital for treatment.
Okay, yes. In your report, I was going to go there. You said one person was seriously injured. Apart from that one person, what other casualty? Do you have other casualties? Do you have destruction of properties?
Yes, there was a lot of, like, 2 buildings within the premises where they do the illegal refining. The building was set ablaze and totally destroyed. Then a compound very close to the building, and that is sharing the same fence with the illegal refining site. Also, they were all scared. You could see the students, because they were a lot more like students. They were like taking out their properties and documents out of the building. So I asked them, you guys knew that something like this is happening around your vicinity, and you didn't bother to actually call security agencies to actually stop this. And they said, what would they do? But they knew about it. And that's the problem we have in our society. People keeping quiet for such criminal activities happening around them.
Were you able to, did you, I understand that there was a petrol station close to that.
Yes, a gas station very close, like some meters away from the place. So immediately and they saw the incident, they tried to secure the gas stations. When I mean secure, I'm talking about cable connection that may connect the place that the fire incident is happening to the gas station. And also they tried their cooling system to try to cool the environment, because the heat there was very, very severe.
From what you ascertain, from your what you're able to gather there, did you ascertain if those around there made effort to reach out to the fire service?
Yes.
What was the response they got from the fire service?
They said their trucks were bad.
From the fire service.
They said the lady picked the call. They called the emergency and hotline, and they said their vehicles were bad. And I was there when the guy called.
Well, that's I don't know what to say. That's interesting, but then it's unfortunate. I think that's the right word, that this is happening in this time and age in a city like Port Harcourt. Fire service truck are bad. I also understood later that even the fire service for the University of Port Harcourt, or University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, University of Port Harcourt as well, also they made the attempt to reach out to them. Their trucks also were reported bad, or while it was on its way to the scene, got spoiled. We don't know how true that is, but the long and short of this whole story is that the guys around that vicinity tried their best to put out the fire. I must commend them for the efforts they put in to get the fire, to extinguish the fire. This, I don't know what you want to tell those in charge of our fire service system. I think it should be under the Ministry of Special Duty.
Exactly. And these are civil servants that are earning money, taxpayers' money, and they are not doing anything. They are not doing their work. Basically, their work is actually take off fires, and they are not doing it. So why pay them? At the end of the day, they will not do basic things, something that the citizens could actually do.
Their gadgets aren't working. Their gadgets are not working. Their equipment are not working.
And these are questions we really need to ask the Commissioner of Special Duties and the Permanent Secretary, because I think there should be fund for this in the yearly budget of River State.
Yeah, of course, there should be
funds allocated for this,
for all of these purposes. But then we don't. Maybe, just maybe, they were not giving the fund, or the fund. Well, this is still July. Maybe the fund has not gotten to them yet. Let's hope that we get to them before the end of the year. But someone would even ask, what about last year's fund that was budgeted for the ministry and for servicing of this equipment? But it's unfortunate that this will keep happening all over, not just in River State, across the length and breadth of our country. This kind of scenario has been happening. All right, thank you so much, Priye, for all of this information. We'll quickly go open up our phone line so our listeners can be a part of this conversation. 95.1, good evening. 95.1, good evening.
Yeah, Kashi, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, this is Akaja from Buguma in Calabar.
Thank you.
You see, Kashi, yeah, the reason why God gave us common sense, so that it's not every time we'll be calling and asking questions, disturbing him when even he's having his rest. Because I want you to understand that.
I didn't get you. Who is disturbing who?
I said the reason why God gave us common sense, so that it is not every time you will be calling him and be asking questions on what to do, even when he's having his rest. So what I want you to...
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, what I'm saying is that you can see, is it today that we know that the fire service is not responding quickly to fire incidents? Our people know these things, and they also know.
No, but
now those who are living
just a minute. Just a minute, sorry.
Yeah.
Just a minute. This is the point. Yes, we know that the fire service usually do not respond to as quick as they should to issues like this. But then we shouldn't take it to be a normal scenario. We'll have a responsibility to keep hammering and keep reminding them of their duties, including those who are in authority, including those who are supposed to superintend or supervise their functions, and make provision, financial provision for them. Just a minute. You know, but the point now is that let's look at the issue of having illegal bunkering in a residential area.
Yeah. Yes. Now the people living within that vicinity knows that woman or whoever is doing that such an illicit business, and all this while they were keeping quiet. Nobody was really telling the government that such a person is living within the outskirts of where people are living, and any day, anytime such an incident like this that as it happens can happen. They closed their mouth and nobody was saying anything. Now let me tell you, even we, the riverine people who have this bunkering, who by God given by God given,
you need to round up, please.
Well, yes. Do you know that we don't keep these things even close? We don't keep these things within our living environment. If you go to the river, you see we normally stockpile this product in the mangrove.
When you say we, it looks like you are talking about yourself. You are engaging in this kind of business.
No, not me. If you go to the riverine area and ask people, because we know the huge damage that this thing causes. When it happens, you don't allow the enemy to enter your house before you start chasing him out.
Thank you so much. 95.1, good evening. 95.1, good evening. All right, so we're looking at the illegal bunkering activities that is happening across the length and breadth of our nation, particularly in this part of the country. I think we'll have another caller. 95.1, good evening.
Good evening, brother.
You're welcome.
I'm Obina.
Obina, thank you.
You know, I think Nigerians don't want to learn lessons. You want to tell me that police or state government don't know about illegal bunkering, this particular one?
How about the people that live in that area? Don't they know about it?
That's the problem. My brother, everybody maybe is one of these repented cultists we have it now. Everybody will be afraid to report. If you report to police will go and tell them that it's you that tell them. That I'm telling you, such a thing happened. So, but what I'm against is these fire services that are not doing enough. I remember the one that happened in Abba, before they come, the shops have gone down. People then turn against them and burn their cars. I don't know whether I remember that. So state and federal government have failed. All these emergencies. You see them now, they are shouting water, flood. They will not do anything now. Right. When the thing starts taking people's house, you see them running head taker. So the governor of Rivers State, in the area of this fire service, this fire service this truck they are seeing now is the one that drew for that at George Port since that time till now.
Thank you so much. 95.1, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Kachi.
Thank you for joining us.
Ogaloti calling from Omonodo community.
All right, Lawson.
Yeah, I would want to ask that OSPAC commander in that community, as a chief security officer in that community, if he's not aware of a kind of thing like that going on in his own community, that should be my question to him. Because I would want to believe that he is aware that something like that is going on in his community. If he's not aware, then how is he securing the community? Because these things are happening in the residential area. I don't know if you're getting what I'm saying.
Of course,
so
thank you.
Even the chief security officer in that place have questions to answer.
All right.
I remain Ogalati from Romulo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lawson. 95.1, good evening. 95.1, good evening. All right, maybe we should just dash down to the second issue, which is also related to some illegal activities, but by individuals. Some individual that are engaged in, giving us some attention in our petrol stations across the state. Some petrol pump attendants have been accused of negligence in taking safety precaution while attending to customers in petrol stations. Some concerned people who spoke with Today FM accused drivers and passengers of feeling relaxed over the possible consequences of making calls in petrol station. They also said the pump attendants pay no attention when drivers leave their vehicle engine on.
I've been in a vehicle before traveling, and the driver stops in a filling station trying to buy fuel, and he leaves the vehicle on and they are putting fuel inside. So the attendant did not actually say anything at first until the passenger started quarreling. Some of the passengers started to quarrel before he now asked the driver to off the vehicle. And this kind of situation is a kind of risky. In fact, it's very, very risky because
I was in a vehicle, so the driver then went to the filling station to buy fuel. While doing that, one of the passengers was on a call. So I tried to explain to her that, madam, please, it's not right. You are putting all of us at danger. But she still kept mute about it and continued with her call. I don't know if I'll call it of negligence on her own aspect. But other passengers in the car still did not really complain. They felt it's nothing. I just feel the public needs to understand that some of the things that happen, some accidents that happen, is due to our own negligence.
Some pump attendants who spoke with Ifunanya Obemendukwe, however, said they do not attend to drivers who have their engines on, adding that some drivers can be difficult at times.
Yeah, some people do it. Some cars, when you ask them to put off their car, they will say that they can't, that the battery has issue. So most of them, what we'll do is that when they saw, first thing we'll tell them that please off your car because it's very wrong. So why some will say please put off your car, they will say that no, that can we push. At times it's not every time that we have trying to push the car. So that is what they are complaining. In cases of where they are making call, although we don't allow that, it's very wrong. So once we see them making call while the car is driving, we won't sell the fuel on. Either they drop the call or we allow them to finish the.
You know, customers are so difficult to control. Yeah, sometimes you will tell them to off their engine. They're like, no, I'm not. My AC is on. I can't just off my engine. So please, like me, I don't used to sell. If I see that, it's my right and for my safety.
Well, incidentally, Ifunanya is in the studio here with me to talk to us about this report. Ifunanya, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Yes, Ifunanya, is this a case of ignorance or is it a case of negligence, to use your word?
I wouldn't say it's ignorance. I think it's negligence. The I don't care attitude of Nigerians. Most Nigerians love to have a first-hand experience. So most times, especially for negative things, if they've not had the first-time experience, they feel it's not real, it's just a theory. It's just, most times, so many persons have, refueled their vehicle when their vehicles are on. Most persons have made calls in stations while, they are getting their vehicles on and nothing happens. So they just feel it's just a theory. So most times, they like to have first-hand experiences. So it's not like they are not aware that this is very wrong and very risky. They are very much aware. But then it's just an attitude of negligence.
How about the pump attendant themselves, who also allow this kind of thing to happen? What excuse can we adduce for that?
I think I'll blame them first, because even if your customer shows a particular attitude, you have an ethics for working. I'm sure retail outlets, organizations, they conduct trainings for their staff. There are certain rules. You do this, you do that. Because I'm sure very well, even the owners went for trainings and all. I'm sure they went through this training. But then it's the attitude of the workers. I think they are more interested in just getting the cash. Even if you've gone through this training, I think you should be able to tell this person, I'm not going to attend to you. And definitely, if it is the same thing everywhere, if you get angry, if I say I'm not going to attend to you and you get angry, you go to the next station, you give the same attitude, the same. At the end of the day, you tend to know that this is the principle. This is how you should, operate in a filling station. So I think it's also part of their.
Okay, you're suggesting that for the attendant, they should be properly trained.
They should be properly trained.
Okay, so
and when you're trained, it should be implemented, because one thing is training and another thing is
implementation. How about for those drivers and commuter commercial drivers who just drive in and they tell you, I can't push the car?
You just have to find a way, because first of all, you can't. If you watch most drivers, they wait till probably there's nothing in the vehicle anymore. That's when they just rushing to refill their vehicle, and because of the condition, they have to leave the vehicle, because if they put it off, you have to push it, like the excuse that the pump attendants give. So for me, if you come in that condition, I won't attend to you. Definitely, you have to find a way, find another means. But if your vehicle is on for whatever reasons, whether you can't push it, whether if you put it off, the engine can come up, I won't attend to you.
Do you think there's a role that government should play in this whole scenario?
I don't think there's a role. I think it's the role of retail outlet organizations.
And of course, you and I. You and I mean,
no, not really. You know, they have
vehicle
Ipman,
owners and
they have Ipman, they have Petron, they have these other organizations that own these filling stations. And most times when you hear them speak, you know very well that they conduct trainings and all. You have professionals that also come to train these retail outlet owners. So for me, I can't bring in the government. Government can do everything. The retail outlet owners.
All right, thank you so much. If not, I think also we should continue to preach and teach and talk to people from our own angle as media practitioners and media organizations. Thank you so much, If Naya, for this information. We'll quickly open our phone lines and let our listeners be a part of this conversation. 95.1, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Comrade Patrick calling from Elele.
Comrade, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you know one funny thing about Nigeria, the laws are there, but we don't like keeping things rules and regulations. But if you see Nigerians outside the shores of
but why is that so? Why is that so? I know where you're going to. Outside the shores, we obey their rules, but when we come home, we disobey our rules and regulations. Yeah. Why is that so?
It's very wrong. It's just should I put it like we feel, at least I don't know how to feel doing those things. Now let me tell you an example. Like your colleague said, we were coming back one day and the driver entered the filling station. He wanted to get he wanted to fill his car. The post attendant said, "Okay, put off your car." He said he cannot. If you put it off, it cannot start. The man said if he cannot start it, then go to another station and buy. We became angry. He said, "Have you seen where the thing is?" I said, "You want to wait until you see when it's closed before you start doing the right thing." The post attendant insisted, and by the time he pushed off his car and bought fuel.
And then started the engine later.
Yes, and immediately, as people in the car started yadding him. It's just our stupidity. We are so silly as a people. We need to be doing things that are right. The pump attendant should insist on the right thing.
Thank you so much.
It's not just the owners. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. 95.1, good evening.
Yeah, Kachi.
Thank you.
Yeah, George, I call back. Yes, you see, on this very topic, you see, it's only in Nigeria you find out that Nigerians always abuse and bastardize SOP procedures, which is standard operation procedures. Now, just like your studio colleague has said that because they need the cash, not minding the accident or when it will happen, the volume of destruction that it will amount to, that is never their problem. But I think every filling station has either safety officers or either managers that manage the station. I think the attention should be called, because if you go to the Western world, they don't play with their SOP standard. They don't play because of money. We allow issues to come before we start looking for a way to tackle them.
Okay,
and by that time,
let me
see that
ask you, George.
so many things may have gone wrong.
Yeah, let me ask you, what could be responsible for this our lackadaisical approach to issues of safety like this?
That is what I'm saying. Yeah, I just told you that even when you put in your SOP, when you go there, you see they will tell you they have their standard operation procedures, but it is not being implemented. It is not being followed up.
All right.
So everybody is just doing what your studio colleagues say, I don't care, just to get the money, and the money attention is more given a priority than even to do what is ought to be done. That is not the problem.
Thank you,
and you allow incident to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. 95.1, good evening. Hello, good evening. Okay, we're looking at the issue around the petrol attendants and their negligence, and of course, not just them. Even you and I, at times when we drive into petrol station, we refuse to obey the rules guiding that organization. 95.1, good evening.
Good evening, Oyeka.
Good evening.
I'm Comrade Kabari, calling from Baleku in Ghana.
Thank you, Comrade.
Oyeka, you see, it's high time Nigerians understand the importance of safety. To me, it seems my dad, okay, before he even projected my pregnancy into my mom, he started with my mom and they discuss about safety. And that is why I am so much safety spirited. And people who knows me know my capability, what I can do. You can't take me unaware. I'm very cautious.
Are you serious? How did you know all this information? They told you.
Oyekachi, let me tell you.
Tell me.
You see, the criteria using today to employ the staff of petroleum stations are not criteria that ought to be used.
But there's a place for training. When you employ somebody who is not properly trained, there's a place for training.
Oyekachi,
yes.
Let me come. You see, if you want to trade blame, you start with the management of those petrol stations. We are in society, and we have sides, and we have brain. Let me tell you, the criteria today used in employing teenagers is, who's there, we go wear short skirt, wearing lab with the show, so that the next time when they come, no, listen to me now, listen to me.
Thank you, so that we can take other calls too. Thank you so much. 95.1, good evening.
Hello, 95.1, good afternoon.
Yes, you're welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. Please, my name is Obi. I'm calling from Elelemo.
Thank you, Obi.
There's this question I want to ask your guest. Please, I want to find out, is it advisable for a petrol station or gas station to be sited under electrical power line?
Well, the person is not my guest. She's my colleague and she has left the studio. But to answer your question, I'm not sure it is, but then you probably will get a better answer from professionals who are engaged in this.
Okay. Why I say this is, I've seen a police station nearly got burnt because of high tension power line. Yeah, I think that very day they brought a product to that police station, finished discharging, then they were doing this dipping. So the material which they were using, like a pole, iron pole, the guy inserted the material into the tanker, now wanted to raise it up. Never knew that the high tension wire is up there. And the thing got to the high tension wire, the guy dropped dead instantly. And other people, about 2 of them, dropped dead instantly. The tanker got fire. If not for the people nearby who brought fire extinguishers and all that, then call for emergency response from this fire service. I think it's not advisable. To me, government should look into it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct. It is not advisable. But then we have those who are supposed to, give them criteria. Those in authority who are supposed to watch them, give them conditions before give them approval before filling stations can be sited. I don't know if that is the function of IPMAN. Really, I do not know exactly. Maybe I'll find out and then bring back that answer to you if you later, maybe or tomorrow on tomorrow's edition of this program. But then those in authority should be blamed for such negligence, such information you brought to us this evening. And thank you so much for that information. I hope those who are listening, those in authority, the IPMAN and the other authorities who are in charge of all of these are listening, and we expect that they should take precaution and amend their ways if necessary. I will go to our third issue for today. The acting national leader of the Pan-Yoruba and socio-political group Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo, has described the activities and actions of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration as anti-democratic. Adebanjo made the assertion when he was responding to questions on the arrest and extradition of Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, on a television program monitored from Port Harcourt. the Afenifere leader, said the current administration of the federal government has failed to deal decisively with the criminals causing insecurity in the country, negotiate with them, but it is winch hunting separationists fighting for their rights. He added that the actions of the present administration sprang Igboho's reaction. He also spoke on the extradition of Igboho from Cotonou. Adebanjo said political refugees are not extradited in democratic countries, knowing that the life of the person in question is unsafe in their country. Well, for me, I'm wondering if Pa Adebanjo is right in his submission about the federal government move to bring back Sunday Igboho. But I'll leave that to you to contribute, and let's have your view on that particular incident, that particular statement from the national leader of Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo. He's condemning the action of the federal government in the attempt to bring back Sunday Igboho back to the country to face the wrath of the law. He's insisting that he's a political detainee, and then the law doesn't permit that to happen. But the matter is still on as we speak. I'm sure today there was a court proceeding in Cotonou that before the end of the today we'll probably get full details of what transpired there. 95.1, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Promise, calling from Elelewo.
Promise, thank you for calling.
Yes, I heard in the news this morning that the government of that country has refused, because Nigeria has no bilateral relations as to extradition of political prisoners. And so they have refused to grant the Nigerian request. Apart from what I don't know is that maybe the federal government, because of the cordiality they have with that country, they will manipulate and smuggle the man as they did Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria. But diplomatically, they will not succeed because Nigeria has no relationship, biological relationship with that country.
Benin Republic.
Yes, that's what I heard in this morning.
Okay, so let me ask you, looking at the activities of someone like Sunday Igboho, are you surprised that he's getting all of this kind of support from some section of the country? Looking at the fact that his activities are seen as anti-government, anti-people, against the law. So why then is he garnering all this kind of support and sympathy from some parts of the country?
Yes. The reason being that internally we have a lot of people doing criminal activities, killing people and all that. The federal government has swayed themselves from that angle. And they are pursuing other, Kenya, went to Kenya, drug Nnamdi Kanu, brought into Nigeria. Again, they have
let's not make a comment that we cannot substantiate.
Okay. So people are giving them this support, including my very self, until the federal government do the right thing by all these internal criminals who are look at Madi 60, each person 500, those people they kidnap in Kaduna. And the federal government is there. They cannot arrest them. So these people who are agitating for a better Nigeria, secessionist group, the federal government, that's why people are giving them a lot of support, including myself.
Okay, thank you. 95.1, good evening. Hello, good evening. All right, we also have a portal for your messages. You can send us a message on 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. 95.1, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Emmanuel. I'm calling you from Atlan.
Emmanuel, thank you for calling.
See this Sunday Igboho. Look at how Afenifere leader supported Sunday Igboho. But in Southeast here, none of what the Ohanese in the Igbo, none of them have even made any comment about Nnamdi Kanu.
Are you sure they've not made any comments? Are you very sure of what you're saying?
Yes. Okay. Have you heard that Ohanes Igbo have condemned what federal government did to Nnamdi Kanu?
Yes, I can tell you they have. They have,
Okay,
and they have asked the government not to follow protocols, follow law in dealing with Nnamdi Kanu. They've set up legal committee to follow through with the Nnamdi Kanu matter.
Yes, have you seen federal government that are busy pushing Igboho and Nnamdi Kanu? But bandits are there terrorizing the country. Even about 2 months ago, they burned down a helicopter. Okay, 2 days ago, they burned down a fighter jet. But they cannot go to the where they're hiding and go and bombard that place. Bandits are having upper hand every day by day in Nigeria, killing people. Right. Look at they keep 3 months, 3 days already. They cannot do anything.
Thank you.
See, these people are looking for trouble for this country. I'm telling you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. 95.1. Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Honorable Christian. Please, I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Thank you, Honorable.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something we need to tell ourselves.
And what is that?
Concerning the case of this Igbo, you know, we are all of us are students of thought. What I am seeing here now, it looks as if that the federal government are very much interested on Nnamdi Kanu. Why are they so afraid like this about Nnamdi Kanu? See, me and Christian.
We are looking at Sunday Igbo, not Nnamdi Kanu.
No, I can use Nnamdi Kanu case to do comparison so that we get where I'm in. Or should I not mention that name? I know say that name may be a taboo to some radio stations. Should I not mention it?
Go ahead. I'm just reminding you that we're talking about Sunday Igbo, who's
I
on
know,
trial
so
in
that
Cotonou.
get my own picture. Listen, let me tell you. Why federal government are begging to extradite Sunday Igbo? Why not go the way they kidnap Nnamdi Kanu, and when they kidnap Igbo, as you don't reach Nnamdi Kanu, it has come to the son of Igbo, they are begging. They are now following due process.
It's not the same process. It's not the same process now. Nnamdi Kanu's own case is different from this. It's not the same
Nnamdi
thing.
Kanu case, yes, I know. Nnamdi Kanu case is a kidnapping. It's a pure kidnapping.
All right, thank you so much. 95.1. Good evening.
Yeah, Kashi.
Good evening.
George, I called back. Yeah, let me look at the last topic for the day. You see, my brother, a Panifera leader, I disagree totally with him.
Why?
You know why I disagree with him?
Tell me.
That you kill my father does not give me the impetus to also react by taking the laws into my hands. The problem that people fail to understand is that even God in his kingdom have laws guiding his kingdom, and that was the same that is replicated here on earth, that we are living under the law, and the law is made for man and not for animals. That if you are aggrieved does not mean that or some. Now let me just give you what happened in those days when
I may not have the time to listen to that history, but I appreciate
what I want to say is that somebody at the age of 12.
No, sorry. Thank you. I want to appreciate this time that you've taken to call me. Thank you so much. 95.1. Good evening. Okay, we're looking at the case involving Sunday Igbo in Cotonou. The Yoruba leader, Sunday Adebanjo, I hope I'm correct with that name, Pa Ayo Adebanjo, has condemned the action of the federal government and is insisting that someone like Sunday Igbo cannot be brought back to Nigeria because he is a political prisoner. Do you agree with that position? 95.1. Good evening.
Hello, Kachi.
Good evening.
This is Samuel Q calling from Okula, Nakuto local government area of River State.
Thank you for calling.
Kachi, see, anytime, anything that happens to Sunday, it gives me concern, not because I'm from Yoruba, but because that young man who is fighting for his own or who is fighting for the liberation of his people is doing it at the right time.
Yes, he feels at the right time. That is what he feels. That is what he has the right. He has the constitutional right to do whatever he wants as long as it concerns the liberation of his people. Now, arresting him at Cotonou, like what even Brutai, who masterminded the arrest of Sunday Igboho, even Brutai, who was the masterminder of Sunday Igboho, after leaving office, President Buhari still compensated him with an appointment as an ambassador in Cotonou. We are not going into that. But what I know is that if the publicity secretary of Afenifere is President Buhari is a political, that is the man. The guy made a good point, and I quite appreciate him.
All right, thank you. 95.1. Good evening.
Good evening, my brother. Once again, Emeka from Owerri in Imo State.
Thank you, Emeka. How is Imo State this evening?
Imo State is still okay for now. You see,
it will be okay forever.
You see, Afenifere is right. Since 600 years ago, they are very, very right and correct. You see, impunity that is going on under this government. Sometimes when I sit there and say, how will it be? Is it that this government will remain forever? Maybe in the 1,000 years to come, or are they going to leave office one day? If they are going to leave office one day, what will they be remembered for? The impunity is so high that
what's the impunity in this matter now?
What the Afenifere said about the present government, the federal government, what they are doing is impunity. Is very wrong.
That's what I'm asking. What makes you think that what they are doing is wrong?
Everything. How can you be chasing Igboho? How can you be chasing individuals?
The guy wants to separate Nigeria now. He said he wants Yoruba nation, his own Yoruba nation. I mean, is that
the activities of the Buhari? Let me call him our president. Is he encouraging one Nigeria? I want to ask you the studio. His activities. Look at this jump registrar. Yeah, that is somebody, Professor Obiama, that was killed. This man is facing with a Neko. Sorry, he has been replaced with another. Is he encouraging one Nigeria you are preaching in the studio?
Is the Northern not qualified? Is the Northern not qualified to head that position?
So it's only Fulani that are qualified for all the
that's not where we are going. Thank you for your call. 95.1. Good evening.
Kachi, I called back.
Thank you. You're my last caller today.
Let me say something. There is something Ken Sarowiwa said, and I will not forget. He said, "You can kill the messenger, but you cannot kill the message." That is what I would tell people. You can keep the message, you can keep the messenger, but you cannot keep. When you arrest Kanu, you arrest Sunday Igboho, does it stop the agitation? The answer is no. It will bring up more people from the region to agitate, but it will continue. The federal government sit down with this matter, like I said before. They sit down and agree for the Sovereign National Conference. This thing will take place. Yeah, that is where we can achieve it. If not, more agitators will still spring up. And it will not all go well for the area, to Nigeria. So President Buhari should tread with caution. You understand? Should tread with caution and see how, since he sees himself as the father of the nation, he should try to harmonize Nigeria by bringing these people together and see what we can achieve in the nearest future. That is my own contribution today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone who have called in. Thank you for finding time to call, and those who tried to call but couldn't, I appreciate you as well. It's important to remind you again that INEC is still doing their online registration exercise. Please go and do yours. Your PVC is your power. Stop the complaints, stop the talking. Go and use your PVC and make the change that you crave for. My name is Onyekachi Wosu. We'll do this again tomorrow. Bye for now.
This is the Vivian Douglas Show. It is an avenue for paradigm shift.
We bring you a platform where your voice counts on issues of social reform in our society, from governance to education,
domestic abuse, health, environment, relationship, religion, lifestyle, entertainment, and much more.
Most importantly, here on the Vivian Douglas Show, we speak to impact on all fronts. Join us on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt every Thursday, 5 to 6 p.m.
on the Vivian Douglas Show to interact, and on the Just So You Know segment on Today 95.1 FM and on our social media platforms at the Vivian Douglas Show.
Let's keep it real and lock down every Thursday. A very warm evening to you and welcome to the Vivian Douglas Show this beautiful Thursday evening. Hope you've been having a good day. I hope the road is not too tough for you. I hope you've been enjoying Port Harcourt this Thursday evening. Is it raining on your end? What's going on from your side? I hope the traffic is not messing with you badly. Well, if you're stuck in traffic like my guest is right now, I hope that you can find a way to think positive thoughts, just to make sure that you don't allow the present situation that you don't feel comfortable in mess with your head or gets you in a very toxic mood right now. Yes, the world is tough. A lot is going on in people's life, but there are also people who are also doing well. And wherever you find yourself, this is my way of saying welcome to the Vivian Douglas Show on Today 95.1 FM. Today, we are going to have a bit of a sensitive conversation, and I'm going to open the phone lines quickly today. I hope that some of you will not get too angry when we want to have this conversation. The whole idea is to talk to ourselves, to know where we are as a people. Are we doing the much we should? Are we observing the times? Are we following the news? How does it really make us feel when we find ourselves in these situations? Today, I want to talk about the issue that goes on with arrest of activists and arrest of activists in Nigeria. It's become whether you like it or not, whether you like the faces of these activists or not, whether you call them militants, whether you call them whatever name that comes to mind when it comes to people who are agitating for one cause or the other. One thing that comes to mind is the Nigerian government on a mission. It's about 40 days that Twitter was shut down in Nigeria. And while we're talking about that, Sunday Igboho is on the run right now, and he's on trial. I heard there's an international arrest warrant on him and his wife. I don't know if the news are coming from different sources. I don't know if his brother escaped or not. Nobody knows where his family is. What is his crime? Demanding for Oduduwa Republic, as the case may be. And then not to drag this too further, but I'm just going to remind you of the history of silencing agitators, activists, or what have you. A few days ago, some time ago, I was asking a friend of mine, what's really going on? We used to have activists in this country, people who were willing to speak up for Nigeria, to demand for our rights and all that. Some people were of the opinion that, oh, they are now politicians. Politicians have paid them out. But can we try to think about this in a different light? Were they really paid out, paid off? Or were they silenced? If maybe your husband died mysteriously and he was a very vocal activist speaking up for the cause of Nigerians or the betterment of Nigeria, and then he dies mysteriously in the name of fighting for Nigeria, would you want to be out there doing the same thing that you suspect may have taken his life? If your husband, for instance, if your child is a Sunday Igboho or Nnamdi Kanu, like I said, it doesn't matter how we disagree with these entities. I need us to have this conversation and begin to look at the Nigeria of today. Where are we heading to if these things continue like this? I don't know where you think we're going to be in the next few years. Are we looking at a time where we can no longer have a voice? Take a look at let's look back at the Niger Delta. There are several activists. There used to be several activists here, but when issues happen and then these accusations come up and they are jailed. Some of you might remember vividly Henry Oka, who is still in South African prison for the 2010 bombing in Nigeria. The South African court said they found all reasonable that his case was proven beyond all reasonable doubt. But Henry never really said anything. He never tried to defend himself. But we have assumed, okay, he's guilty, so let him languish in jail. We used to have a strong, different bodies in the Niger Delta speaking up, demanding for different things. But today, what do you think has happened to them? I know, like I said, you may have your views about these individuals or what they are doing right now, but I just want us to look at the other side of what we are experiencing today in Nigeria. These accusations, like the one that is being made against Sunday Igboho, for instance, how realistic are these? Yes, we know Nnamdi Kanu is very loquacious. He just says what is in his mind. He just basically gets on with his emotions and throws it all out. He has been detained again. Yes, I know a lot of us don't like how his approach or what he says, but the things that he's talking about as per issues that affect Nigerians or people from Igbo extraction, how are those things false? The reason why Henry Oka was agitating the former MEND leader, are those issues false? Are these issues that really affect us as a people? What Sunday Igboho is agitating for right now, are these things false? Let's even look at the very latest incidents that we have had to experience. Few years ago, I think in 2019, IG Wala was Ibrahim Wala was he's popularly called IG Wala. Some of you may remember the story. He was jailed over a Facebook post because he raised the alarm that there were issue with the pilgrims board, and then story he was jailed. Okay. 2019 or last year, President Buhari gave me a presidential pardon. I don't know if that means that what he was jailed for didn't happen or not. Of course, since then, we don't hear anything about IG Wala. He's gone silent, like most people today. Let's look back at another latest case we have, Omoyele Sowore. Like I said, when I'm saying this, I'm not saying this to support any of their ideologies. It doesn't mean that I totally agree with it, but these are Nigerians who are agitating for one right or the other. We may not like how their agitations seem to turn out or what it seems to be doing to us as a people, but the truth is, if there was no cause, there wouldn't have been a reaction to that. What we have seen them display today. So Omoyele Sowore, as a matter of fact, cannot leave Nigeria. His family lives abroad. He doesn't have access to them as per he needs to travel to see his children. He's still here protesting with his revolution now. Why are all these people agitating? Let's look at the Niger Delta, for instance. We have a situation in this Niger Delta. I've always said it that this is one area that should be well off. Oh, I know some of you may be saying, oh, but what did they do with their monthly at 13% derivative and all that and all that? Yeah, I know you are going to say that. But beyond the state allocation, what goes to the governors at the end of the month? What are some of those concise steps that this Nigerian government has taken to see that those from this region are doing well when it comes to education? There are a lot of young people listening to me right now. They are still struggling with school fees. In other countries, in other places where you have crude, is this how they are fed? Is this what their life is like? So when people look back and say, no, this thing comes from our land, we want to agitate, we want to do better, and then someone sit back and say, no, the best thing to do is to shut them down. They have no right to say anything. What is going on? Why does it look like we don't seem to understand where this whole narrative is going to? Oh, by the way, Dadiata, one of the guys who also raised the alarm about the Nigerian issue, who spoke up against the Kaduna State governor severally, he's been missing for approximately 2 years now, if I'm not mistaken. Nobody knows where Dadiata is. Nobody can tell, like, for sure that this is the prison where he's been kept. Nothing. So if you're like me and you're wondering why issues happen in Nigeria and you don't have people talking about it or raising alarm that this is what is going on, I'm trying to paint a picture in your mind right now. So it doesn't matter how positive or how good your views are that you want to that won't make you protest or demand for something to be done right in Nigeria today. There is a tendency that you'll be accused of even things that you did not do and get locked up. That's our reality today. So while we have this conversation and with this news, these informations are being thrown around and people are wondering, why is A like this? Why is B like this? Oh, this person is like this. And then the government comes up with one story and you see everybody, some of us buying into this story. Let's also remember that no matter how we don't like, how uncomfortable we are with these individuals who are screaming at the top of their voices, risking their all, there is a thin line between what they are asking for and their display, how they display, how they make demand for what they are asking for. That thin line is that whatever it is they're demanding for, you and I are the center of that. So what exactly is going on? Have you ever taken time to think about this? Someone will say, oh, during Goodluck Jonathan time, we had a lot of people who were activists. All their voices seem to have been drowned today. I know some of you are itching to join the conversation, probably to say, oh, this woman or that man, they were not doing what they're supposed to do. What about those whom we assume they're doing what they're supposed to do? Where are they today? Are we saying that the government has paid them all off, or they have seen the handwriting on the wall and decide to sit down? If the agenda is to totally shut down protests or any form of conversation in this country, where do you think this is going to leave us in the next few years? We just saw the issue with the electoral bill recently at the National Assembly, and that's it. Usually you would have seen people saying, okay, we're going to protest, we're going to agitate, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But hey, what is the chances that when you go out there, the police will not be used to shoot you or kill you in the name of fighting for Nigeria? And then it brings us to this point where someone might be saying, is there really anything to fight for in this country? Maybe you think there is something to fight for in this country. What is the best way to do this so that you don't put yourself in danger? Today we have Twitter app on our phones. A lot of us are scared of even signing up because who knows, we might get picked up and arrested and thrown into jail and know who is going to come up to speak for us. When things like this are going on, it's also important for us to sit back and take time to begin to think about the consequences of what we are supporting and what the effect is going to have on us as a people. We have our representatives, we have our lawmakers, both at the state level and at the national level. How many of these people are actually answerable to us? How many of them are speaking up at the assembly to say, okay, this is what should be done and this is how it should be done? How many of them are really doing what they should do when it comes to issues that concerns us as a people? Every day you turn to the news, there's always, headlines of one story or the other, something that just takes your breath away. It's difficult to read the Nigerian news today and find something good, something that makes you feel, okay, there is hope. And this is where we are going to. So do you think that this is a conscious attempt to shut down the voices of those who are able to speak up when and where necessary? Beyond all you might think about them, do you think there is a conscious attempt to see that everyone is shut up so that you can no longer talk about some of these things? Or do you think there is a better way to have this conversation to get the government, to hold the government responsible, where you don't end up running away for your life or putting your family and your loved ones in danger, as the case may be? Where are we going as a people? What is going to be our future in the next few years? Are we even going to have the power to choose our political office holders in 2023? Considering where we are right now, the attempt to silence everyone, are we even going to have that? Are we just going to fold our hands and say, okay, politicians, whatever you want, you do. We are just at your mercy. Have we totally lost our voice? Please feel free to join the conversation. 08170000951 or 08109510951. As a people, we are watching those who are speaking up for us. We're watching their voices being silenced. Where are we going with this? Hello?
Yeah, good evening, Vivian.
Yes, good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from? Hello? Are you there? Okay, I think I seem to have lost that call. Please feel free to call back. Hello?
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, Vivian, my sister. This is Honorable Chris calling from Port Harcourt, right?
All right, good to have you, Honorable Chris. So, Chris.
Yeah. Let me say my own idea on the way I'm seeing Nigerian government are pursuing this matter.
Okay.
Without mixing well, let me say, Nnamdi Kanu and the Sunday Igboho, they have a good case. If Nigerian government to allow them to challenge them in the court, they have a good case. See, and many people think that is it not you go today? No, it was only Nnamdi Kanu. Yeah. Now, it was show the other time. This is how Nigerian government will be shutting everybody up. See, let me tell you, myself, they have blocked me not less than 10 times or 20 times because of somebody said something. I react. They leave person that say the thing and block me. Why should I reply that person? That's what so now I am afraid to reply. Somebody tell me shut up or tell somebody shut up. I cannot reply. I cannot say why you shut up. Yeah, no. Because I'm pursuing one agenda. I speaking for some people that say, no, the Ghana is my problem. Igboho is my problem. Jewelry is my problem. See, time is coming when Nigerian government will start, they will be catching everybody one on one. If you just say you don't have food in their house, they will catch you food. They put you inside there. I'm telling you what is about to come. Unless you get up now, see, let me tell you. Do you know reason why Nnamdi Kanu told them one certain time in Abuja federal that they cannot get him? And that is why they are running away. You know the thing God gives in there, they give to that man. Nobody on earth has they give that type of thing, their condition. You cannot be in the midst of 3 people. You cannot be in the midst of 10 people. You should bring a senator, a sitting senator. You should bring, as you say, you're Jewish citizen. You should bring a Jewish rabbi. All those things, they talk, all those things is not going to stop people. But at the end, they cannot make this condition. What did they do again? They find him to his house. What did they do? A man look for a way to hide because they say, who fight and run? But fight another day. Now, what is this thing? They went to Abadi. They are going to confiscate. They are going to collect this thing. Now they can run away. But they talk what happened to the it's only a tree. Now you said that you're coming to see that will stand. Now the camera has come back again. Now the camera is playing on to see so that the international community will see the type of criminality going on in Nigeria. The young man is just pulling Nigerian government, so putting them to the wall. Look at what they see. They kidnapped that young man. It's not even them report that they have arrested Nnamdi Kanu. It's because of people who raise an alarm. that is when you now see them coming out to it is same, yes. We arrested him. So where did they arrested him? Today, I've they kidnapped that guy. Now you can ask him, everybody now running away. They are going on research. They don't think that the case will hold on 26 again. It's the one they are running. They can't and they can't no matter.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
What is it? They are just disgracing this country, spoiling this country.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Chris.
I people for the young people.
The phone lines are still open. Please feel free to join us in this conversation. What is going on? Are we watching a situation unfold, and are we pretending that these things are not really going on? Hello, welcome to the Vivian Douglas Show.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, what's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Israel. I'm calling from Oregon.
Israel, good to have you here. So what's your take on the conversation today?
Okay. My sister, I'm not to support all this agitation or protest in Nigeria. Number one, that no make me partner, no support them. You can't keep your children in abroad. You come down to Nigeria and say you are protest for one thing, other thing, this thing, this, that. See, now, after you start to fight ourselves, finish, our children don't have opportunity to go to school, their own children will come back and come and lose again. That's number one. Number two, when you want to agitate for something, or you want better things in this country, number one, support our education level. Go and protest. Let's go down to our education level. Support them to have quality education. That is number one. After we succeed on that one, because everything is step by step, you can go back. Okay, we want to have constant life in this country. Focus on that government to achieve that thing. Not that you start to agitate, making us today. After we destroy everything.
So I have a question for you. I'm not disputing all that you've said. You have a right to your opinion, but I have a question for you. So do you think that okay, now do you think that there is a better way to raise issues about Nigeria, today's present Nigeria, without being arrested by the government? You see, that's where we are with this conversation. It's easy for us to say, like a lot of people who listen to this show knows that I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu, but you cannot remove the fact that there's a central reason why he is screaming at the top of his voices. I may not like the way he goes about it. That's a known fact. I mean, for anyone who knows me or listens to the show, I may not like the way Sunday Igbo is doing, but there is a reason. I may not like Omore Sowore as a president, but there is a reason why they are screaming at the top of their voices. So I'm just trying to say, beyond our personal sentiments about these men and what they are doing or how they are doing it, like looking at the reason why they're actually agitating. Like I said, I know some of them have their kids abroad. You want us to kill our children. We know all that. But with the way the whole thing is going right now, when you raise your voice to say, no, I want to fight for my people, I need this or I need that, you are clamped down by this government. Don't you think that there is something else beyond what we are seeing right now? We saw how Twitter happened. It's been over 40 days. Your right was abused, and then nobody's talking about it. Or maybe there are still certain committees and trying to see how the outcome of whatever it is that they are discussing with behind closed doors. But there's still a ban on Twitter today. So a lot of Nigerians were doing businesses on Twitter, for instance. So that right was taken away from them. And I mean, this is a country where there are no jobs anywhere. There are little or no jobs anywhere. So looking at this whole unfolding right now, does it give you concern that beyond the characters of these individuals, that there may be more at stake when it comes to the Nigerian government? That's actually where we are with the conversation this evening. Hello?
Yeah, good day, my sister.
Yes, what's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Israel Igbo from Odreke Ubia, otherwise Pepper.
All right, good to have you here. So what's your take on the conversation?
Yeah, my sister, we have lost our interest for the people that represent us, especially this government.
Okay.
We voted them in, we don't have say. Even the people in the House of Assembly, they just go to represent only themselves. Don't discuss anything concerning the masses. Even if you, as soon as you put them there, you call them on phone, they will not even answer you. How can you relate your problem to them. And if you speak anything that is a baffling government, they will arrest you. Yep. That is what they are doing for these people they are arresting. These people are dictating their rights. If they were suppressed and they see that they want to live where Nigeria is, they have no problem. It's an education. If government wish to give them, they give them. It is not by arresting them. Look at all these criminals they are moving around. The government unable to arrest them. People have been dying every day. They just go and arrest somebody who is arrested for US, which is too bad now. Is it not democracy again? Are we not going to dance for anything they speak or anything they do? We have to say yes sir, yes sir. It's uncalled for. It's not done like that. They should know that tomorrow is different. Anybody who is a leader can be ordinarily tomorrow. Thank you. I remain Israel.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Israel, for being part of the conversation this evening. You know, your Mr. Israel's take just reminded me of Animal Farm, even your George Orwell's satiric story about politicians and what they do behind closed doors and what they do to the people. You know, Animal Farm was one of those stories where we read as a very young, a very young person, but we seem to have that play out today. This push or this move to silence every voice that's speaking up against issues in this country, where is it leading to? What do you think? How do you think one can actually protest or speak up without being detained or without being arrested? This is the conversation we're having this evening. Hello.
Good evening, Madam.
Yes, good evening. Good to have you here. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I am Samuel Pio calling from Kola.
Oh, Samuel, good to have you here. So what's your take?
You see, it is dangerous to fight for people who doesn't know your words.
Okay.
Yeah, that is the problem. You see, Nigeria, the problem we are having is let me use the word. The poverty has engulfed so many of us that even when you are speaking for the people you are speaking for is also against you. And that is the problem we are facing. When you speak in favor of them, and at the end of the day they come back to against you. Now the politicians will now use money now to buy some of them guys to stop your ambition and to bring bad name to you. And that is the problem, and that is what we are facing in this part of this country, where somebody cannot speak. I can just imagine, just about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, the South Petroleum Industrial Bill, where American producing communities will be having 3%. Why the North, who doesn't have oil, will be bringing 30% or 20% thereabout. And when you begin to agitate for these things, sometimes your brothers who doesn't know the importance of what you are agitating for, will still go back and sponsor your, there was a song that Niger Delta, they will send you to buy cheap and all the rest. And at the end of the day, it happens that sometimes you might even leave the country or probably you may end up in jail. And that is the problem we are facing. When we talk about Erioka and so on, the men and their struggle, you can see that this was what kept us with us today. And it is not auguring well for the people.
It's not.
So that is our problem right now in this country. But I want to tell people something. People will continue to agitate like Ken said. You can kill the messenger, but you cannot kill the message. The message will continue to linger. At the end of the day, will be resolved. That is what I tell people. Thank you. That's my contribution.
All right. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation. That's exactly what we need to begin to have this conversation, because sometimes you listen to the way people talk about some of these activists. Like I said, we may not like their opinions or how they go about these things, but the fact remains that there is a reason why something prompted them, something made them stand up to say, we want to arise and speak up for the people, for the rights of our people. And I honestly think that is what each and every one of us should be looking at, where we should be looking at it. But we may be thinking, government has paid Mrs. A or Mr. B or Mr. Z. That's why you don't hear their voices anymore. It could also be that your action and my action has sent them packing. Like, why am I even wasting my time for people who don't care about their own rights? or who don't understand that their welfare is being trampled on. If we just say, so, okay, let me just mind my business, since it doesn't really matter to any of you. That's actually the reality of the situation that we are facing as a people. Well, I will just take a short break. When I come back, I'll take more of your calls. I'm just going to have this conversation with you today, and of course take some of your SMS. So don't go away. The Vivian Douglas Show returns shortly.
Today's news in 60. In 60. The need to ensure that competent and qualified candidates are admitted into Nigerian universities and cross-validate the scores of candidates in the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination conducted by the Joint Administration and Matriculation Board are some of the reasons given by public tertiary institutions to justify the introduction of the post-UTME. The newly elected national president of ASU, Emmanuel Osodeke, has disclosed that attracting foreign students and lecturers would help to bring about competitiveness and improve the standard of education in Nigeria. And on the foreign scene, an American Academy of Pediatrics has urged returning students to put on a face mask at school as they start the 2021-2022 school year. Today's news in 60. In 60.
Epignosis Assembly, also known as New Destiny Church International with Worship Inspirators, presents Worship Aloud. Theme: The Art of Worship. Featuring Minister E-Songs, Great Kind, Pio Silva, Virtue J, Henry Orris, and her choir, Worship Inspirators.
Host pastors Dr. Wilfred Daniels and Pastor Mrs. E. Daniels.
Date: Sunday, 25th July, 2021. Time: 4 p.m. Venue: number 6 Peace Avenue off St. Michael Street, Iwafe Road, or off Chinder Street, Ada George, Port Harcourt, River State. Don't miss this experience. Jesus is Lord.
Good to have you back on the Vivian Douglas Show, coming to you from 95.1 FM, Today FM. And on the conversation this evening, we are looking at the other side of the arrest of agitators, activists, shutting them down, as the case may be. Is this a conscious effort that is aimed at making sure that everyone who attempts to be a discerning voice in Nigeria will be silenced? Is this what it is? Or is there something else we are looking at? And if at the end of the day, the government of the day decide to say, okay, we can shut down everyone, nothing will happen, does it scare you? Where do you think we'll be in the next few years? A lot is going on today, and for us, I don't like Sunday Igboho's face. Nnamdi Kanu is a charlatan or whatever you want to call him, or maybe you say Omoyele Sowore is just seeking for political prominence or whatever you might have concluded in your mind. But if we can take away their individualities out of the cause that they are pursuing, do you see yourself in the mix of what they are talking about? When Omoyele Sowore comes out to say revolution now because this is going on and this is going on and it affects you and I, when Nnamdi Kanu says that my people needs to go because they have been marginalized, when Sunday Igboho says that we are better off as Odua Republic, as the case may be, and other people who are speaking up today who are being silenced by this government, do you think there is a way out for us? Let's say we don't agree with the method of these men and their efforts so far. How else do you think we can get our voices heard and make sure that there are discerning voices and will give the right support where and where necessary. Phone lines are still open: 0817-0000-951 or 0810-9510951. You can also send an SMS to 0701 9339962. I'll just quickly take an SMS and I'll come back to the phone lines if you can bear with me. So this one is coming from MJ. He said, "Okay, lady, in the deepest recess of my mind, many are becoming really scared and naive, but the solution is this." Okay, I don't have that full message, so maybe we can get you to call back to let us in on what you're trying to say, or send an SMS again. Hello.
Hello, Vivian. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Obin. I'm calling from Roboko.
Okay, Obina, good to have you here. What's your take?
Yeah, my take in this topic this evening is that I like that question I asked that guy, but he couldn't answer that question. He now run away. Thank you for that. You know the Nigeria problem is what we are having in Nigeria is non-negotiable. That word, Nigeria unity, is not negotiable. That's the problem of Nigeria. That's the problem of Nigeria. Every time non-negotiable. We have been living for almost 50 years now. We cannot come together and negotiate how are we going to live as a people. Every time our president making any we say Nigeria government is not negotiable. That word is the thing that causes agitation in this country. I'm telling you this thing. Okay, look at now. In my village now, my sister, I can't sleep in the night. You'll be seeing tanker, you'll be seeing minibus, you'll be seeing machine. They'll be running from morning to night, from year to year. They are collecting crude, they are collecting diesel and crude oil. And I myself, I cannot do such thing. And we don't have life, we don't have good road. My sister, you will see army man escorting those crude oil, escorting those diesel. Who are you going to report? My brother, you feel tired. You cannot do anything, my sister. So, Nigeria problem is not Nnamdi Kanu, it's not Sunday Igboho. Let us all of us come together and negotiate. And people are saying that Nnamdi Kanu is such person, he is arrogant. My sister, anybody can challenge me that which person that Nnamdi Kanu has insulted before. Nnamdi Kanu have not insulted anybody.
Hello? All right, okay. I get your point.
So, if Nnamdi Kanu accuse you, if Nnamdi Kanu accuse that, look at what he did. What you will do that? You take him to court. Understand? You take him to court and you go there and prove what Nnamdi Kanu has insulted you for. Understand what I mean? You cannot come out every time Nnamdi Kanu insult everybody. Nnamdi Kanu is arrogant. Take him to court. I'm sure that those insults, you can prove it in at the law court. Thank you, my sister. Even Nnamdi Kanu insult person, what he's telling you, is it true or not? Go there and prove it.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So we are still having a conversation on the other way around on the issue of arrest of the dissenting voice. You may not like these individuals and their approaches, but what they are talking about are these real issues that should affect us as a people. If yes is the case, if they end up silencing each and every of these voices, what is going to become of you and I tomorrow or today? Hello? Hello? Yes, good evening. Good to have you on the Vivian Douglas Show. What's your name and where are you calling from?
I am calling from Port Harcourt. My name is Selewe.
Very good to have you here. So what's your take on the conversation today?
Yes, I think I listened to you carefully. I think Nigerians are not ready yet.
Okay.
Yes, because the day we wake up and say enough is enough, all those nonsense stop. Stop. The people who are manipulating know that when they try to cajole you, the rest will step back. And they will continue to perpetrate what they are doing. It's so unfortunate that everybody likes smiling and suffering in this country. Nobody wants to take the bull on his own. Nnamdi Kanu is just trying to fight for a kind of secession. In international law, it's not a crime. When you are being marginalizing a group of people, somebody might come up to take the battle, say no, enough is enough. My people are being marginalized. I think that's what Nnamdi Kanu is doing. And in the international law, he's not guilty. Nigerian government know that. That's why they are trying to look for where to grab him, to nail him. But I think the day Nigerians will be ready and say enough is enough, all those rubbish will stop.
should definitely stop. Everybody is scared. Nobody wants to die. You know, South Africa is enjoying their freedom today. You know the history.
Yeah.
You know, and even they are cowards, and they will continue to live under slavery. You know, they came out first, people died. People must die for you to be emancipated. So that is one thing that will be in our mind. Do not be afraid of the gun. Do not be afraid at all. If everybody troop out, who are they going to arrest? Where is the detention hall to arrest maybe 80 million Nigerians? You know, they know that people are cowards. When they come out, shoot on, everybody disappears. Then they continue to perpetrate their callousness. You know, so we should try and wake up. And I know one day will come, we'll get to the world, and there's no way to push us again.
Yeah.
There it will explode. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Well, let's keep making the conversation same so that everyone can participate peacefully, and then let's make sure we achieve something today. Hello. Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
My name is Mine.
All right, good to have you. Where are you calling from, Mine?
Calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, please, what's your take?
Yeah, my take is, honestly, I am so afraid as a person, as a citizen. Because if anybody cannot say, I am tired of this is not good for my nation, I wonder what is going to become the future generation. Today, a little of us are standing up to say, no, this is not. How can agitators be arrested in this manner? They have their citizens. Everybody has that equal right to say this thing that is happening is not good. Look at the youth. They don't have jobs. So many of them are not educated. This morning I was listening to Annie, and they analyzed and dissected the percentage of the youth that are educated. A high number of them are not educated. Our government, we don't even know what they sit down there and discussing. We don't know what they are doing. They don't have the interest of the youth, who are the leaders of today, not even tomorrow, at heart. And we keep blaming those who are agitating for freedom. By the arrest of these people proves to me that, God forbid, except God intervene in Nigeria's issue, there is no hope for the common man. And I wonder what they want to do with all this money they are accumulating and all the work, everything they are doing. I wonder where they are aiming or what they are aiming at. I am afraid for Nigeria, and I pray that God will emancipate us himself. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your beautiful contribution. You know, whether you like it or not, you might want to pretend about this situation. You might want to project your hate and all what you feel about these individuals, but we also need to face reality, which is what I'm trying to get us to do on the Vivian Douglas show today. If what these guys are doing you think is not done properly, what then is the best way to do it? And what is the guarantee that you will not be arrested if you actually get to speak up on any of these issues? Hello? Hello? Yes, good to have you here. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Julius. I'm calling from Netherlands.
Julius, good to have you here. So what's your take on the conversation here?
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that Nigeria, the country we're in, I don't even know how to describe this nation. This is a nation where you don't have right to say anything. It's like when you are flogging a child, you say, don't cry, don't cry. It's not done anywhere. When you are flogging a child, allow the child to cry. That is his right to cry. But in this country, they are flogging me and they don't want me to cry. They have subjected everybody to poverty so that nobody will come up to say anything. That's the problem of this country. They make sure they subject everybody to poverty. You know what I had dream about a month this man, our president assumed office. About a month he assumed office. I had a dream where he wore military, he was in full military attire. addressing the nation. I told my colleagues where I work that we are still in military regime, even though they call it civilian regime, but we are still in military regime. They laugh at me. I told them, watch and see what will happen in this nation in future. And that is exactly what is happening. It is what they want to do. That is what they will do, not what they want. None of them is there to help to help the masses in any way. Everyone is there just trying to do whatever they can do. So what I'm saying in nutshell is that if you are coming up tomorrow to say anything against what they are doing, you are bound to face their wrath because they don't really want to do what the masses. What they want is what they want, and that is what is happening in this case. So I'm suggesting that these people, that God will touch their mind to have human heart. I'm sorry to use the word that they have sold their conscience. Yes, they have sold their conscience. Because when you are pressing somebody and you cry, you don't have pity on that person. It means you have sold your conscience. You don't have human feeling in you any longer. This world is not the end of everything. There is a world after here. If you do well, you enjoy here. If you don't do well, perpetually you suffer what you are suffering people here. So that's my take.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. You know, for me, this is the conversation we need to be having right now. Why some of us rejoice at the arrest of these men who are demanding for cessation, emancipation, self-rule, or what have you. Have you sat down to ask yourself if this becomes a pattern, or as we've seen that it's now a pattern, to silence every discerning voice? Where is this leading us to as a people? Take your time to think about this. The phone lines are still open. Feel free to join us in the conversation. Hello.
Good evening, madam.
Yes, good to have you. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Israel. I call from Port Harcourt.
Israel, good to have you here. What's your take?
My take is I'm very happy for this topic that you raised this evening.
Thank you.
I say, may God bless you in Jesus' name.
Amen.
I want people like you to speak up because we are finished. If you listen to 2016, let me give you an assignment. Go and Google Kunle and Alaji Faluk. You hear what these people discuss concern this country. We are finished in this our so-called Niger data. Sorry to say that. We are finished. We get something to benefit inside here. Person like me, I'm looking for how to eat 2 square meals in a day. They see what we are suffering. They call us Niger data. Even the oil, I don't know how the oil that we have here call us. So I'll say may God bless you because many people say Nnamdi Kanu or maybe Sunday Igboho is our problem. But I want to tell you that our politicians here, our governor, our president, they are our problem. So I want God to bless you for this topic. So that assignment I'm giving to you, I want maybe next week at this time, you will let us to know about it. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much too. All right, the conversation is still ongoing. What's your take at the rate that this government, the Nigerian government, is going with the arrest of agitators? What do you think is going to happen in the next few years from now? How safe are we to speak up when our rights are being abused or to demand for anything that we have the constitutional right to demand for? Hello? Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Calling from Obogoro.
All right, good to have you. What's your take on the conversation today?
This your line is not easy to get. This your conversation. When somebody did bad thing, you have to arrest it. So arresting Sunday Igboho and then Nnamdi Kanu, those people that want to protect Nigeria with force, they should get them arrested. They should arrest them.
Okay.
Arrest them and bring them back to Nigeria. Because I cannot just get up like this and decide to form independence on my own. That is not how to do things. They are bringing confusion. They are bringing problems to Nigeria.
Okay.
Only those that doesn't only those that don't understand. You understand? So if a matured man that has an understanding, you know that what the fund is not a legal process.
Okay.
Confusion, killing people, assassinating lives. Okay. They should arrest Sunday Igbo and bring him back to Nigeria, and also arrest him as Nnamdi was arrested. Very, very. Then they should bring them to the court. And then, not that I'm against what they are doing, but at least they should do it legally, because we need to separate the country. Actually, but yes, we need to separate the country. I'm even happy to have independence, for IPOB to have independence, and the Western UK to having their own independence. I'm very, very happy, because it will reduce a kind of applicant.
Okay, so what is the crime of? Let me just ask you one question. Arresting them or any other voice that speaks of like Omoyele Sowore, what is Omoyele Sowore's crime? Because he's in Nigeria, he's demanding for the same thing. What is his own crime? Or what have the government achieved with his arrest since then?
His own crime is that only him cannot take an independence. Can't just begin to support violence in the country and begin to create independence on his own without decided by ECOWAS or by the Senate. So what is he doing right now?
Omoyele just is demanding for a revolution to get the government to sit up to do what they are supposed to do. He hasn't asked for cessation.
He's supposed to get a revolution before he begins to decide every other thing. By him deciding by himself, he's not discussing the constitution. So as they arrested him over there, they should permit them to bring him back. Not that they are going to kill him.
All right, thank you very much.
They would kill him.
All right.
Know how they will kill him.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I've got to let you go now, please.
They should arrest anyone that want to cause confusion in this country should be arrested.
All right, thank you. Thank you for your contribution. My last call for today. Hello.
Hello,
good to have you here. What's your name and where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from Africa.
Which are good to have you here. So what's your take on the conversation this evening?
Sometimes some people used to talk as like people talk to when you are soft and you see somebody who is trying to bring you out to take that softness, you don't that help. You will not like it. You even trying to get that help. That person is trying to help. So what I'm about to say is this our country. It is our people who even like use their hands cause problems for themselves because they could something. When they see how this country, everybody suffering.
Okay, I may have to cut you off. I can barely hear you, please. Well, I'll just take another call in place of that one. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Quickly, what's your take on the conversation right now? What's your name and where are you calling from too?
My name is Alonso King. I'm calling you from Omoma.
All right, good to have you here. So you have just 1 minute.
Just okay. The issue in this country, I would say this. Nigeria is a country that there are 65 people who are known as cabal that do what they want at a particular time at their wish. That you agree with me that this agitation, we had similar issue here in Niger Delta. We have started talking about Polo, they come up with, from the oil region. At the end of the day, the same government of the day called them and compensated them. But dear sister, the issue in this country is when you raise your own head to agitate how your people has been marginalized, when they call you and say to you, you calm down, the whole issue will keep calm. But when they call you to bribe you, to settle you, you said no, I will stand for that justice. They will go and invoke all the whole section of the law and ask to work against you. And that is the place we find ourselves presently in this country.
All right, thank you very much.
Corrupt. The system is evil. The system does not have the people in mind. What they are concerned is all about themselves. You are agree that
Thank you very much. I hope we can continue having this conversation next week. That's how much I can take. Let me quickly complete NJ's text message that came in earlier on. He said, in the recess of my mind, many are becoming really scared and naive, but the solution is this: a diligent quest for wisdom and strategy when dealing with superior powers. We do not negotiate or fight in a fruitless way. Finally, let us stand by the truth in all our endeavor and keep our brothers keeper and be united. Thank you very much, MJ, and for everyone who called in to be part of the conversation on the Vivian Douglas Show this evening. I'm grateful, and I hope to have you back here next week. And if I couldn't take your call, please pardon me. It wasn't intentional. My time is up. Have yourself a very beautiful Thursday evening.
Greetings to you listeners. My name is Bolaji Oshobukola. I am the founder and CEO of Odibola Properties. For the past 7 years, Odibola Properties has been able to reach out to the low-income earners, middle class, and the high-income earners. Odibola Properties is into consultancy services, construction, and real estate development. We have been able to develop products such as the Skyview Layout Phase 1 and Phase 2, the Quiet Heaven Layout Phase 1 and Phase 2, the Quiet Heaven Estate, Freedom Layout, Unview Layout, Glory Cottage, Stargate Layout, Signature Estate, Treasure Court, and more. In Odibola Properties, our goal and aim is to ensure that all levels of persons own a landed property or a house. We have been able to reach out to the low-income earners by giving them the opportunity to invest in Odibola and spray the money for the period of 4 years, which we tag the Pay Small Small promo. Odibola Properties is a reliable real estate firm that you can invest with and go to sleep. As you are listening to me right now, what are you waiting for? Odibola Property has given so many people the opportunity to become landowners, house owners, without breaking the bank. We are here to serve you. Our head office is at Inyenwele Inserim Layout, Tombia Extension, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt. Odibola Property is the name if you want to talk about integrity, reliability, and trust in real estate investment. I'd like you to take a stroll to our office to get to know what we have in stock for you. And for those of you who are listening to me outside the country through the website, I'd like you to visit our website, see what we have for you at Odibola Property. Odibola Properties is a reliable real estate firm that you can invest with and go to sleep. One of the things you enjoy in investing with us is that no matter where you are, your property is secured. Because in Odibola Properties, the passion that brought us into the business is for us to secure the properties of our clients. And we'll go all lengths to ensure that those who invest through us go to sleep without stress. Odibola Properties is a real estate firm within the period of 7 years, won several awards, both home and abroad, because of our reliability and sustainability in the real estate industry. Are you within or outside Nigeria and you are looking for a real estate company to invest? Or you are tired of the complaint and frustration that comes with property acquisition? Or you need a reliable company to handle your construction project? Then Odibola Properties is your sure bet. At Odibola Properties, we help clients to buy, sell, and develop properties in any part of Nigeria. Why don't you partner with us today to enjoy a seamless, stress-free transaction? Visit us at Odibola House, Inyenwele Inserim Layout, Tombia Extension, GRA Phase 3, Port Harcourt, or at Plot 6, Aliu Animation Avenue, Lekki Phase 1, Lagos State. You can also visit our website to know more about our product and what we have in stock for you at www.odibolaproperties.com, or you call Eze on 0808 591 2630. 0808 591 2630. 0808 591 2630. Or you can also visit our platforms, which you can get through our website, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. Odibola Properties, I assure you, is your sure bet. Come and do business with us and go to sleep. I'm expecting your call and I'm expecting you in our office. Thank you very much for being part of our story. We appreciate you. Just make that call. Let's do business together. You will not regret doing business with Odibola Properties. Call Easy on 0808 591 2630. Thank you very much.
Bonge company for property business. Odibola. Now we.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello there, good evening. This is the World News at 6 on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Wisdom Opina. The headlines. One person sustains injury after fire erupted at illegal refinery in Rumekini community, Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State. Some Port Harcourt residents accuse petrol pump attendants of negligence in taking safety precaution while attending to customers in filling stations. National leader of Afenifere describes actions of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration as anti-democracy. On the foreign scene, former Vice President of Equatorial Guinea among 5 people to receive new UK anti-corruption sanctions. Now, the details. One person was on Thursday afternoon seriously injured while a building was destroyed after fire erupted at an illegal refinery in Rumekini community in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State. Today FM's Priye Zogu, who spoke to the OSPAC commander of the community, John Chinda, said that the owner of the illegal refinery site could not be found.
The way you see is the way I see. I was at my office when I had a call that has his burning somewhere. Unfortunately for me to reach, I saw that he's bunkering. We have searched for the owner, we couldn't see the man. We searched if there is anyone wound, we didn't see. But all we know, the one that remains, instead of you to leave it to see catch more fire, it is better we evacuate the remaining one. My own is to rescue. That is why I'm here. And when I got to here, I had some people calling fire service, but no one responded. Okay. Automatically, people that is around is the people helping, if they can quit it.
Other respondents lamented over the inability of the fighters service unit in the state in responding to their emergency call. Residents of the area who put out the fire called for an investigation into the operation of the illegal refinery in a residential area.
The way you see is the way I see. I was at my office when I had a call that has his burning somewhere. Unfortunately for me to reach, I saw that he's bunkering. We have searched for the owner, we couldn't see the man. We searched if there is anyone wound, we didn't see. But all we know, the one that remains, instead of you to leave it to see catch more fire, it is better we evacuate the remaining one. My own is to rescue. That is why I'm here. Then when I got to here, I had some people calling fire service, but no one responded. Okay. Automatically, people that is around is the people helping, if they can quit it.
this is where we are staying, and these other flames that are above that place, they are doing bunkering work. And actually today now, fire and night came up and actually didn't affect our place. This particular company, they are doing a lot of bunkering work over there.
Fire service Port Harcourt, you understand? A lady answered and she said their trucks are bad. And it's really surprising because I think that's an emergency unit, you understand? They should be set at all times. So it's really surprising. See the kind of devastation that is happening, and they are not set for it. So we'll be wondering what kind of work they are doing at their offices.
Meanwhile, security operatives have visited the scene of the incident and have taken the remaining illegally refined products from the compound. Some petrol pump attendants have been accused of being negligent in taking safety precautions while attending to customers in filling stations. Some concerned people who spoke with Today FM accused drivers and passengers of feeling relaxed over the possible consequences of making calls in filling stations. They also said the pump attendants pay no attention even when drivers leave their vehicle engine on while getting a refill.
I've been in a vehicle before traveling, and the driver stops in a filling station trying to buy fuel, and he leaves the vehicle on and they are putting fuel inside. So the attendant did not actually say anything at first until the passenger started quarreling. Some of the passengers started to quarrel before he now asked the driver to off the vehicle. And this kind of situation is a kind of risky. In fact, it's very, very risky because
I was in a vehicle, so the driver then went to the filling station to buy fuel. While doing that, one of the passengers was on a call. So I tried to explain to her that, madam, please, not right, you are putting all of us at danger. But she still kept mute about it and continued with her call. I don't know if I'll call it lack of negligence on her own aspect, but other passengers in the car still did not really complain. They felt it's nothing. I just feel the public needs to understand that some of the things that happen, some accidents that happen, is due to our own negligence.
Some pump attendants who spoke with Today FMC Funai Obemendukwe, however, said they do not attend to drivers who have their engines on, adding that some drivers can be difficult.
Yeah, some people do it. Some cars, when you ask them to put off their car, they will say that they can't, that the battery has issue. So most of them, what we'll do is that when they saw, first thing we'll tell them that please off your car because it's very wrong. So why some will say, please put off your car, they will say that no, that can we push. At times, it's not every time that we have trying to push the car. So that is what they are complaining. In cases of where they are making call, although we don't allow that, it's very wrong. So once we see them making call, while the car is driving, we won't sell the fuel on. Either they drop the call or we allow them to finish the.
You know, customers are so difficult to control. Yeah, sometimes you will tell them to off their engine. They will no, I'm not, my AC is on, I can't just off my engine. So please, like me, I don't used to sell. If I see that, it's my right and for my safety.
Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria has threatened to withdraw their service across waterways in Rivers State if government at all levels do not intervene to end attacks on maritime workers in the state. The maritime workers particularly issued 1-month ultimatum against the government, saying security agencies should ensure the unconditional release of 9 of their members who were kidnapped along Aboni-Makola waterway earlier this week. The Deputy National President of the Union, Francis Bunu, who briefed newsmen in Port Harcourt, complained how maritime workers have become the target of armed criminals who, he said, attack the workers at will without any interference.
We are telling the federal government and also the state government and also all the security agencies who have the responsibility to combat crime in the riverine area, which is the Navy, the Marine Police, and other combined forces that the federal government have already put in place to do their job in the riverine area. Where people have been kidnapped, as we are talking about right now, 9 of them are in captivity right now. So we are telling the state government and all the security agencies, even the federal government, whom we feel that needs to look into these issues of kidnapping in the riverine area. It is not when they kidnap the man in the oil well that you now provide gunboats. No, whatever the common man is there. The man who does his legitimate business is there. The man who wants to travel from one place to another is there. So let the security coverage should go to every riverine community in River State. Gunboats should be able to provide in all the areas in the riverine community. The same way you provide patrol vehicles in the roads. So we are calling on the state government and all the security agencies to put out their house in order to be able to bring out our people so that the people can get their freedom, or else we're going to withdraw all our services across the state. It has gotten to that point that we may withdraw all our services because we cannot be doing legitimate business and be facing this kind of hazard in the sea.
Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo reports that the Deputy National President of the Nigerian Maritime Workers Union also confirmed that the kidnappers of 9 of their colleagues have made contact demanding huge amounts of money for them to be released, but insisted that the union cannot afford such cash, hence solicited for the intervention of the government.
As they have made a lot of contacts and they have called a lot of ransom, and then what people who are out there have told them that we don't have money. We are ordinary transporters. We don't have money. We are like them. We are like people that who drive the bus on the road, who drive the taxi on the road. We don't have money. Where do we get that kind of amount of money to give to anybody? So the federal government and the state government and the local government should be able to come up to that responsibility to look at the things that from that angle that these people are few in this society. But now we cannot disclose how much they are demanding because those are issues that are hard to deal with security aspect of it.
We earlier brought you a report about the kidnap of some members of Transportation Union who were on their way from Kola to a meeting in Abonima town in Akukutoru local government area of Rivers State. In another development, the attention of the Rivers State government and security operatives have been drawn to the increased crime rate in Oboburu community in Obaigbe Mandoni local government area of the state. A member of the community who spoke in anonymity told Today FM that 4 persons have been kidnapped on different occasions in the community. The source, who said the people in the community have been living in fear for the past 2 weeks, called for the intervention of the state government, adding that efforts to reach out the kidnappers have proved abortive. The source expressed fear, recalling their past experiences 5 years ago, stressing that they are still in a recovering process. The University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital has confirmed the receipt of dead bodies of a set of twin babies from personnel of Nigerian Police Rivers State Command. The Chief Medical Director of UPTH, Professor Henry Uboma, who presented the document through the Chairman Medical Advisory Committee, Professor Lucky Onatai, and Legal Advisor Uma Joshua Bob Manuel. Chief Magistrate Rita Ogugwa, who received the documents, admitted the report as exhibits in child trafficking matter involving one Dennis Chimezie Favor Uche, Managing Director of Coco Homes Foundation, Coco Crusko, and her staff, Comfort Ekon, as well as the staff of the Imo State Correctional Center, Chidimma Makuka. Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo reports that the consultant pathologist, Dr. Musa Stephen, informed Chief Magistrate Rita Ogugwa that the autopsy, which results is yet to be out, has already been carried out on the dead babies, or the dead bodies of the babies. Chief Magistrate Ogugwa, after the court session, proceeded to the mortuary for identification of the dead bodies, which was rejected by the prime suspects, Dennis Chimezie and Favor Uche, saying that the dead bodies are different from the bodies that the police took away from them. The court, however, ordered that Chidimma Maduka, who is an official of Nigerian Correctional Center in Imo State, and Ifunaya Anderson, who is an accomplice, be remanded in custody, while Dr. John Udebu, who is alleged to have initiated the trafficking of the bodies, to appear in court on the 27th of July, which is the next adjourned date. Today FM reports that representatives from Ministry of Social Welfare, Nigerian Police, official of Ministry of Justice, FIDA, legal representatives were present at the visit and special session of the court at UPTH. The University of Port Harcourt chapter of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian University has threatened to go on strike over the non-payment of hazard allowances and other entities. SANU Uniport chapter chairman Bernard Chukwu, who made this known in an interview with Today FM, said they are running out of patience, stressing that they will no longer tolerate what he described as injustice meted on them. Bernard, however, appreciated the past acting vice-chancellor of the university for what he termed his sensitivity to issues, as he urged the new vice-chancellor of the school to do better in ensuring that the needs of staff are taken care of. The acting national leader of the Pan-Yoruba socio-political group Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo, has described the activities and actions of Muhammadu Buhari's administration as anti-democracy. Adebanjo made the assertion when he was responding to questions on the arrest and extradition of Sunday Adeyemo, popularly known as Sunday Igboho, on a television program monitored from Port Harcourt. The Afenifere leader said the current administration of the federal government has failed to deal decisively with the criminals causing insecurity in the country, negotiate with them, but is witch-hunting separationists fighting for their right. He added that the actions of the present administration sprang Igboho's agitation.
The Department of State Security is just behaving like a department under a dictatorship. What is its offense? To put it bluntly, it is causing for secession. No more, no less. They have been holding meetings in Accra, in Shogo. It's unfortunate what done in a democracy. And when we accuse this man of being a dictator, people say we are just labeling him. Everything he does in his parliament, his party, is anti-democracy. Why do you be harassing the man? And they are only disgracing this country by this action. Because all the democratic world knows that all these things are things that are done in a democracy.
Speaking on the extradition of Igboho from Cotonou, Adebanjo said political refugees are not extradited in democratic countries, knowing that the life of the person in question is unsafe in their country. He added that the group can hardly make a move to help Igboho as they will be targeted by the federal government.
What can we do under a dictatorship? What can we do? Even if you say you are giving them money here, they trace your account to the bank and then they close it. You know that? What do they do for the people who are supporting answer? We are in an abnormal country. If anybody is helping who will be bold enough to come out? Even what I'm saying now, it's only people of my age who is prepared to die any moment. There are millions of myself in this country who will not stop now because their life will not be safe. They are tracing not anybody who has connection with the Igbo. They have seized his telephone. They are looking who and those who are talking to him to go and arrest them. They are passing all laws that is anti-democracy, and that is the man who swore when he was being put in that he was a born Democrat, doing everything against democracy.
You're listening to the World News at 6 on Today 95.1 FM Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news